Together, proud and bright, generous hearts and mighty hands, America first in our own land. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. Fields of gold and mountains grand, united we rise hand in hand. When troubles brew and times are tough, America first, it's more than enough. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. We're giving aid across the sea, but it's time we turn to you and me. Fixing roads and helping schools, America first, that's the rule. In our hearts, the spirit's strong. We know where our efforts belong. With hope and faith we carry on. America first, our guiding song. America first, let's heal our own with love and pride in seeds we've sown. Through trials and struggles, we'll stand tall. America first, we answer the call. America first, in every plea, united forever, for you and me.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Adam Karabachi, the host of American Mission Space Today here at the AM Octagon. I know that didn't sound right, but it came out, so oh well, we'll deal with it. So I'm hosting as American Mission today, just to get the space going. So we got that nice little square rectangle space popping up in the feed, so that'll be cool. Get everyone in here. We're going to be covering Hurricane Helene, or Helene, or what? Helen? I know we've already dealt with the Helen, but we're going to talk about the strikers at the port, and I guess World War III, just in time for the election, I guess. So yeah, let's get some speakers up here and get the space going, and let's see here. We're going to start with covering the hurricane and any updates on any of that. So if anybody has some information that they want to come up and share in regards to the hurricane, that'd be great, because I haven't been following up on it too closely as of today. So I'm kind of preoccupied with this World War III stuff that's kind of popping off all over the world. And I guess we got plants blowing up in Georgia, chemical plants, and also, flood zones everywhere, getting flooded, people getting wiped out. This is Armageddon on Earth. I guess that's what we're dealing with. But yeah, good to have you guys join us here today at American Mission. I am Octagon, and thank you for being here. If anyone would like to request a mic, White Hat, how you doing today? Get a little conversation going here.
Oh, adequately. Talking about the hurricane and the response to it is pretty sad. Yet I think we just sent $580 million to Taiwan, who certainly doesn't need it.
Because of their hurricane?
Oh, because they want to launder some money.
I was looking off the coast of China. China. Yeah, yesterday I was checking out some storm systems that were out there, and there was like a hurricane off the coast of China that was like right over Taiwan, and then there was one off the east coast of Japan. Just like I don't know where it is now. We're on Wonder Weather map, but it was like just off the coast of Japan, and they were like pretty well formed eyes and
interesting how they're forming off of countries that want to remain sovereign.
Yeah, right. God. So yeah, that was pretty interesting to see those lined up. And I was like thinking, you said that, I'm like, oh, they sent the hurricane relief to the wrong country. Oh man.
Well, FEMA no longer works on emergency response. They work on equity.
Oh, okay. The global equity, right?
Well, it's like they have to check which one of the 400 genders you are, what shade you are, what pigment you are, to decide how to best serve you. And it's like, I thought this was America and we're all Americans, but I could be wrong.
Let me see if there's some interesting updated video here on some of this stuff that's going on. I could play to the space here. What have you heard about the strikers? And I know a lot of people have been going off on the union boss over there.
Well,
the guy that's threatening Americans right before the election with starvation and shortage of supplies.
I mean, from their point of view, they're all about to lose their jobs, a lot of them to AI. Okay. But I mean, they have the right to strike, but
I guess that's not the right time to ask for a raise, is it?
No, but they at this point, they still have a power position. It's just they have an asshole running the show. That's the problem. I mean,
you don't threaten the country's infrastructure and stuff, but yeah.
I mean, we already have a president that's threatening the country's infrastructure.
My God, man, what a mess. What a mess. We need Trump back in there, man. 100%. Get these clowns out of office, and we need to do some house cleaning on the rest of them.
I mean, I just made sure I went out and I picked up at least some canned foods and stuff like that, provisions. Today,
gas tank full. Yep.
Oh, I topped 100%. off. I keep that topped off constantly because it's too painful to fill the tank when it's empty. But
3/4, and then once it goes below 3/4, fill it back up.
Anytime I go out and I'm near a gas station, I literally top it off. But today I purposely made a trip to Walmart, my favorite cheap place, and it's not cheap. I mean, everything there is expensive now. So the cheapest place to get stuff, you look at the prices and it's like, I completely have changed my dietary intake because it's too expensive.
Yeah, you gotta hit up that $5 store, which used to be a dollar store, right?
What is it? I think they call it the 5/4 store now.
It was, but it should, realistically, it should be around $5 with the inflation. But they've been messing. They play with the rates, to artificially suppress inflation.
Well, think about what's going to happen. They're not, going to be able to hide anything now with this huge strike because there won't be any product on the shelves. I mean, and all the stuff that's
demand supply, price is going to go up.
The grocery stores are going to empty out pretty fast.
Compound that with the interest, the inflation, supply and demand, and inflation. Yeah, we're going to be looking at some very high prices, and I promise you, the administration that's the residents' administration right now is going to be like blaming it. What are they going to blame it on?
Well, no, they're going to blame.
It's the sellers. They're scalping. They're scalping people, Americans.
Actually, they're going to blame it. They're going to blame everything on the war in the Middle East now, because that's going to go wide. That's going to go very wide now. And they're going to blame it on the strike. They're going to say inflation is happening. So, no, it's not the Biden, Obama, Kamala administration. It's all these things that are happening. And if that doesn't work, they'll come out with, rooster pox. I'm trying to come up with a new animal for them to use.
Cockpox?
Nothing. Well, they already have that's monkeypox, but that's another story. That didn't quite work. They changed the name to Mpox, so it didn't sound as stupid. I mean, they tried to reintroduce COVID. That didn't work. Anything to try to disrupt this election, because there's no way. I mean, the only way Camilla wins, or anybody that's now in the Democrat Communist Party wins an election, is through cheating. And it's all because of the storm that they supercharged.
Yeah. It came out of nowhere, didn't it?
Well,
we got a hurricane coming tomorrow. I'm like, wow, you guys are great over at the weather station.
My head's fully wrapped in tinfoil, like 6 layers thick now. Because, I mean, the way that storm developed and the trajectory, and also the fact that FEMA has done nothing, and you have pictures of Biden sunbathing on the beach. I'll get to it next week. And then that staged photo of Kamala in the jet with an earphone that's not plugged into the phone. They have some really stupid people working for them.
I saw some post today from, I guess, I don't know who posted it, but they're like, John Kerry's daughter was saying that we need to eliminate so many people for the New World Order or some crap. And I'm like, what?
And she's a real beaut. I mean,
yeah.
She just got appointed, I think, to WEF or something. Another New World Order, Green New Steel. Yeah,
he is of Skull and Bones. So
yes, he is.
That.
I mean,
he's out of Yale, and he was definitely one of the prominent Skull and Bones people, along with George W.
And he also married into the Heinz family. So.
So these people, it's the same thing, WF, Skull and Bones, Secret Society, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's all the same crap, same people, all across the globe.
Well, their goal, they blew up the Georgia Guidestones. You know what those are?
Yeah, and that was a big sign for me that saying that they're kicking it off.
Yeah,
that's what I looked at it as.
It was the starting gate for the beginning, and they wanted to get rid of the evidence. I think they said maximum population should be 700 million.
What's the current population?
Billions,
yeah. So yeah,
they have to kill a whole lot of culling they want to do.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we're youth, as Bill Gates calls us, useless mouth breathers, I think he calls us.
I call him useless something else breather.
He's a special kind of evil.
He's definitely looks like one of those lizard people, you know. Hey Kelly, how's it going?
Hey, account number 3.
You're catching up with me now.
I know. I was just trying to figure out it because I'm setting up the streams, you know, and I'm trying to find a way to talk to you. So I sent a couple of things in Cyber Patriot, and one of them's a TikTok. It shouldn't go very long, and the other one's a YouTube video that maybe play the first 15 minutes. It's all relative information and current about the hurricane and everything. So.
Thank you very much. Let me have
You're welcome.
You sent it to Cyber Patriot?
Yes.
Okay.
I almost called you ma'am. Sorry. Oh, I misgendered you. Fire me. Cancel me.
Oh, dang. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I know. You're far from it. I'm so sorry.
It's man, Kelly. It's man. I'm just kidding. No.
You can call me Billy Bob if you like.
Oh man! So
I saw that redhead from the White House. I've already admitted her name for my head. You know, she was press secretary for the last, you know, for Biden at the beginning, I think she was. But anyway, she's on MSNBC right now, and she interviewed Walls, and she said something like that. He represents the new masculinity. I'm like, are you kidding me?
What tampons in your bum is the new masculinity?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I think I'll go feminine then. I guess.
So we'll call him debald Walls.
Yeah, that sounds good. Debald Walls. I'm getting signed in with the Cyber Patriot account in my other browser, so I could play the video there, because some of it, I guess, is just I could only play from the message. Otherwise, I'd have to download it.
Okay.
Give me a moment if you could hold the space host for a second, one of you two. And,
So you think they're going to try to cancel the debate?
Well, you know, I was thinking that, and then I think Chris had mentioned that the only way they probably do that is if we were personally attacked. I mean, like somebody died, like our ambassador, but all the embassy people are in the bunker right now.
Yeah, they don't mind killing embassy people if it serves their purpose. Hillary proved that.
Well, true. I mean, they're warmongers, and this is, you know, it's like a trifecta we got going on right now. We got the results from the hurricane. We've got the eastern seaboard is going to be, you know, our food supply is going to be all messed up, and then we've got war triggered off, you know, right from the 1st of October. I
mean, Iran literally launched missiles from Iran. So it's like they're really pulling all the stops. So I guess the CIA gave Iran the signal, okay, time to launch the missiles.
Right.
That Obama paid for.
Yeah. My God, man. What a mess.
Isn't curious, though, where the hurricane hit, or is that a conspiracy?
Oh, I like it. I mean, whether it's not real or real, you know, it's like... they have smart mosquitoes. Why not? They can push storms using certain technology, nudge them, so to speak. I mean, and they could seed clouds and increase the intensity of a storm on purpose.
Hey, Adam, thanks for the invite for co-host, but I can't because I'm going to actually have to drop off and speak here in like 10 minutes or so.
All good. Appreciate you.
All right. Okay.
I do have that first video for the flood victims that are.
Okay, cool.
I'll go ahead and play that.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
LFA TV here. Look, quick update on the disaster in our southeast region right now. Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Tennessee, North Carolina, that entire region affected by the floods, the hurricane, the disasters, the complete wiping out of towns. Well, earlier today I reported on my show Live from America that both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris really do not care about what's going on down there. And that's not coming from me. Joe Biden says that there are no more resources dollars to send to the flood victims. No more resources. We're sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine and Israel and every other place in the world, but no more resources to send to fellow Americans who pay taxes and who live right here on our own soil. We even heard him later on say that they're doing all they can do. He was on the phone for 2 hours this weekend, for crying out loud. Now we're figuring out that FEMA truckers reporting that the agency is not sending any aid to the disaster areas. This is absolutely huge. And I'm reading it right here. Logistics companies and truckers registered with FEMA are always on the front line of disasters, delivering food, water, and other aid to impacted communities. Brokers put thousands of truckers on notice to be ready when Hurricane Helene hit. But as of September 30th, FEMA isn't posting any available loads, according to multiple brokers and truckers. These truckers and these companies are saying, we're not getting any word. We're not even getting any kind of logistics or any kind of plans or any scheduling to deliver any disaster relief. And this coming on the heels of Joe Biden saying there's no more resources to give. We're tapped out. I wonder why. Couple that together with this port strike that's going to happen at 12:01 tonight, or I should say a.m. tomorrow morning, and we're in for a world of hurt. But this is what happens when you have people like Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, when you have residents of the United States like Joe Biden, and fake non-democratically elected vice presidential candidate of the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris. Everything the Democrats touch turn to you know what. So there you go, folks. The truckers are now saying we're not getting any logistics, any scheduling, any orders, anything. It looks like we're going to have to come together as the American people and help everybody out, because our federal government is too busy invading America and paying for all of that to happen. Really despicable and really disgusting. Folks, follow us, LFA TV, on Rumble at rumble.com/LFA TV, and follow us on X at LFA TV US. Buckle up, folks.
It's tragic. As a matter of fact, we're trying to get the exact number. My FEMA advisor is on the ground in Florida right now. There's a distinction between the numbers that FEMA's used and the one that are used by the locals. So it really is amazing. You saw the photographs. It's stunning. It's unbelievable. It really is. Such a wide area. We've given them all everything that we have. We're on the ground ahead of time. So we're working hard.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we've given them, we have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet. Hadn't asked for it yet.
On the hurricane, Mr. President, why weren't you and Vice President Harris here in Washington commanding this weekend?
I was commanding. I was on the phone for at least 2 hours yesterday and the day before as well. I commanded, called the telephone, and all my security people.
Is it not important for the country to see?
Hey, everyone. Thank you very much for watching. If you want to watch more.
Yeah, we should have shut it down. You know, it would be the same darn thing. You know, like well, what's the federal government doing? It's not doing anything. It's all the states. It's like, you know what? This Mike, whatever his name is, should have just shut the damn thing down because they didn't put the SAVE Act in there. Yeah, it's really upsetting. Go ahead, Chris. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it having you up here.
Well, I'm not altogether convinced that the federal government hasn't done anything. They did have a presser yesterday at the White House from one of the Homeland Security people. So they've dispatched a lot of assets throughout the federal government, particularly with the military in North Carolina. And a lot of that has to do with helicopter assets to get into some of these areas that are not accessible by vehicles to distribute water and food and communication assets, some of which are coming from Starlink.
Now, these people have to be able to use the Starlink stuff. So
Power for that, right?
no, that comes that comes with batteries. So that, and plus it there's solar panels.
Nice. That's cool.
So, but you still have to be able to operate it. And the areas that they're sending this stuff into are don't take this the wrong way. These are not people that are used to operating in high tech modes. These are people that have worked in coal mines and worked in industry, and so
Salt of the earth people, huh?
Yeah, and so when you're dumping tech that even people that are on X probably haven't seen before, into a community, where probably their best technology is a cell phone and maybe a desktop computer. It's it's a tough sell to get them to use the latest in satellite technology.
If Ukraine can do it, we can do it. Like Americans can do it.
So you got to be able to train people to do this stuff. The Ukrainians needed training too. Okay, so it's I would need training, and I may not be the brightest bulb in the box, but I would need help trying to get something like that set up. I mean, it's just not turn on and work, although I'm sure most of it is. But the main thing is to get thing into the areas where people most need it. And a lot of the roads aren't passable.
Hello everyone.
A lot of the roads are wiped out. They dispatched a lot of military vehicles into these areas, so it's not like they're not doing anything. It's that what they are doing is just not visible, to the general public. And FEMA is not an agency that has any assets. They don't have any. They don't have a. They don't have meals. They don't have water. They don't have any of that kind of stuff.
Sounds like they're not prepared for an emergency.
Well, no, they're a facilitator. They moved assets into the area. Okay.
Well, who has the assets then?
How much funding do they get a year annually?
But the problem is that you had a hurricane do something that it doesn't normally do. It took a path that it doesn't normally take, and you have flooding in areas that doesn't normally have that kind of flooding. It probably hasn't seen that kind of flooding in who knows, not in anybody's memory.
I understand North Carolina, but Georgia, Alabama, these states, all we in Florida, like we are the recipients of hurricanes every year, pretty much. So they do tend to travel along that path. of
I
to the west of
understand that,
Florida.
but
To the east.
you can't stage for a hurricane in Florida and North Carolina and Georgia, and then have North Carolina and Georgia be, screwed up. It's just like you can't have a bunch of people send their power repair trucks to stage in North Carolina and Georgia to repair power in Florida. If North Carolina and Georgia are adversely affected by the hurricane, it doesn't work.
Obviously, it's not working. It's not working out too well. So something needs to be done differently in that regard.
But are we short on supplies, though? You say there's a facilitator. Then, as far as the supplies, and then the supplies are going to be affected by the strike, right?
Well, this is something that, I don't think anybody planned for a strike. The strike is something that happened after the hurricane. So
great timing.
The military has meals ready to eat. There's supplies of water that's around the country that can be sent. There's there's gasoline that is available for military vehicles, but you can't create housing where it doesn't exist. You got to be able to get these people out of there, and then you got to find some place to put them. And some of these people are not going to be able to get back into their homes for a long time, months, maybe a year, who knows? And so a lot of these people that are there are not going to have their power restored for maybe months.
So how do we get through this election? For those people's votes that are still alive to be counted,
and we don't know how many, right now the number is that they're playing with is about 600 people not accounted for.
My God, man.
And so that doesn't mean that 600 people died. It means
it just
600 people that are have not reported in.
Nah.
Well, you can't say that the strike. I'm sorry, the strike that came as a surprise. That wasn't a surprise.
Well, you can't. Yeah.
Lost you there for a second, Chris.
Yeah, I got a call. When you have a hurricane, I don't think an impending strike is top of mind when you're trying to send assets into an area. And so, you're listening to NOAA. What's going to be affected? How far down can I send this stuff? And then when the storm hits, then how quickly can I get it into the area where it needs to be? Now you can put stuff in Louisiana to get to Florida. You can put stuff in Alabama to get to Florida. You can put stuff in Alabama to get to Georgia. You can put stuff in parts of Tennessee to get to Georgia and North Carolina. But parts of Tennessee were affected that will prevent you to get to North Carolina. So you can get to North Carolina from Virginia and from South Carolina. So you've got multiple areas that you can stage stuff. And the good thing about the Southeast is you have tons and tons of military bases. And the largest military area in the entire country is located in Norfolk and Virginia Beach. But you've got bases scattered all over Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Louisiana. and so being able to move these assets in is possible, but they can't they have to be able to get there. But these people need help now, and the helicopters are getting stuff into the places that can't be gotten to, by over the road vehicles. And when there's no road, you can't do anything. So
I've seen a bunch of private citizens, let's say, going out and like taking supplies in their private helicopters, which is nice. It's good to see that, people with some money going to actually help people, and that's a good thing.
So I'm not trying to promote the federal government. I'm just trying to say that if the Army's trying to do something, we ought not say that the National Guard or whatever isn't trying to participate in the rescue and mission and the mission to get these people help. That's all.
I know, but National Guard is so short staffed, though, and I know Matt.
I was going to say, don't we have a lot of them over in the Middle East right now or something?
Yeah, and then we'll let Matt talk. He's got his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly. Finish, land your plane on that, and then we'll jump over to Matt next.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out because I was concerned the National Guard, they sent, not all, but a lot over to the Middle East. Whoa, just in time for the war that's going on. But hey, that's another conspiracy. So anyway, I'll lay my plane there.
Yep. Go ahead, Matt. You're up. You could go ahead and unmute.
Yeah. With the whole orders and stuff like that, they're two separate orders. So everybody that's being shipped over is to replace people coming back. This has been going on for a while. It's not just a war that we're seeing with Israel or the war with Ukraine. This has been going on for a while. With that said, number two, strikes. The port strike has been in conversation for a long time. And for three, we do have the military ready on standby. They have not Obama, dumbasses. Obama and Biden and that little, excuse the way I'm going to put this, follow language, but that little twat that got thrown into this election bullshit game, they turned them down. We always have Coast Guard that sits on standby for training for incidences like this. We have the 82nd Airborne that's always trained annually for this. We have CBs that are trained annually for stuff like this. It's the stupid government bullshit that are pulling strings or saying, no, we're too busy to do stupid shit. They're always disappeared everywhere else. Last time Kamala came down this way to the border, she went into the border station, came out, walked over, sniffed the fucking line, and was welcoming people in, even though we had it on lockdown. And yet, this bullshit keeps going on. So everybody's doing what they can. We need our governors of our state to stand up and say we've had enough, and we need to hold our state government accountable, because state governments take precedent over federal government. It's just the way the Constitution of the Republic was designed. That's the way that each state's Constitution is designed. There's more power in the people than the government has, and they're manipulating you all to think that way. And one thing to say with all that, us veterans do keep tallies of things going on. And we're going to make sure things do happen. But you got to also deal with all the damage that has been done to this this hurricane that came through is done. Most small third world countries would no longer exist in the sheer damage that has been done off this storm by itself. There are people, there are stuff that's going on. Tennessee airports, there are staging grounds, they are in operation, they are transporting it via air flights in. Truckers are on standby, waiting for engineers to clear highways to start getting in, and you're going to have to push dirt. You're going to have to recut, but you're going to have to cut in a way that you don't disturb the ground that's already been disturbed. When you're cutting avalanche or you're cutting mudslides, there's a whole different tactic that you have to do, and it's just going to take some time. But it is happening right now as we speak. You might not hear it. You won't hear it. It's just happening. And that's what I got to say to that.
Thank you for your input, Matt. We appreciate having you up here, and thank you for your service. God bless you, man. Appreciate it. And for all the insight there. All right, let's see here. Somebody is requesting a mic. Let's get them up here. A.IL, aka Alibaba, I guess. I don't know. American Mission follows the account, so I'll bring them up. Come on up. Seeing you waving your hand down there, so sorry I didn't get to you. Go ahead, you wanted to chime in? A.IL.
If I talk, you will put me down like every space.
Oh, yeah? Okay, no worries.
Can you give me the co-host? Do you have a co-host?
No, sorry.
Can you give me the co-host?
No, I'm not gonna. Sorry, I'm gonna just go
Okay.
ahead. And,
Can I? Okay, there is a photo of Mr. T over here. Mr. Trump, right? Can you see it?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Super Saiyan Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, and there is a Matthew. I know. Is it? See, like it's the last letter in his name. Like I leave this person in my foot. Like.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, that account has just blocked American Mission.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Their American Mission account was following them for some
Yeah, I
reason.
just looked and we weren't. I don't know what was going on with that, but they just blocked us. So.
Okay. Well, good riddance. Not for nothing.
Yeah, he blocked me. That's why I wasn't bringing him up.
Yeah. I wasn't bringing him up the whole time because he's waving his hand at me. Like, I'm just going to ignore you even more. Sorry.
He's a troll.
Yeah, exactly. I knew that off rip, but I just figured I'd give him a chance because American Mission is following the account. But yeah.
Yeah. Hey, did you notice that?
I'm going to blame you, Kelly.
Yeah, I'll blame. Hey, I just looked and I don't know what's going on. We'll blame X anyway.
No, you just like the little pictures.
Yeah, probably
The PFPs, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you missed this, and I'm just gonna throw that out. But did you hear on the View last week when Biden was saying he delegated his powers to Kamala? He actually said that on the View. Yeah, he said it on the View.
Yeah, I heard about that. I think Biden knows that he was cooed, and he's getting even. He's fighting back.
What, by like throwing a wrench in the campaign?
Yeah, he's not being very helpful to Kamala.
No, he's not, right?
Because Kamala basically cut him off at the knees. So.
Yeah.
Also, I've never co-hosted before, so I have no idea what to do. But
you're doing great.
Okay.
Doing a great job. Just kind of hang out and feed me some conversation. So, in regards to what happened today with Israel, I guess they were getting hit by Iran.
Well,
You
something
got
that's
to something.
there's something really strange that was going on. How did they know to be in the situation room before the missiles even got launched?
How that happened?
It seemed to be what happened. It's very strange. Left and right. I mean, and somebody at the presser asked a question. It was really strange. So, do you think they're actually launching missiles at Israel to cause destruction? No, they're doing it because they want to give them lovely little kisses. Someone actually asked a question. It was pretty ridiculous. No, you don't launch missiles at people that you're trying to make friends with.
Yeah. Oh man, this is wild.
But the timing is just
everything's timing
too
strange.
Right now.
The October surprises, like October surprises, plural. Like what?
It's a trifecta.
Yeah.
And Peace Now has their hand up.
That's what I was talking about, is this multifaceted approach toward the election, I think. So go ahead, Peace. You got your hand up. Jump on in.
Hi, American Mission. Hi, everyone, co-host, Kelly. I think it's Mike behind the American flag. I'm not sure. Sounds like
Adam.
you. Oh, hi, Adam. Okay.
How you
All right. Thank you. So, yeah, we were talking about Biden and Kamala. Did anyone see the clip of Joe Biden getting out of the SUV with Jill and how Jill stormed off and didn't even help him or anything? I thought that was hysterical. Did anyone see that clip?
Or was that today?
I think it was yesterday. I think it was floating around yesterday.
I haven't seen that one yet. If you want to post it in the pill, if you got it somewhere, that would be great.
Yeah, let me see if I have it. I'll post it in the pill.
Checking out.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because you can tell Jill is pissed off. And I just found it so comical. I land my plane. Thank you for letting me speak.
Hey, thanks for coming up, Peace. Appreciate having you.
You're
joining
welcome.
the conversation here.
It's great to be among you, great patriots. I'm so happy I'm here with you all.
I don't think the pill is working.
It's not? Really?
At least I can't put anything in it.
Yeah, I was clicking on it. What the heck?
No, I see the pill.
Yeah, but I can't click on it. I see it there in the bottom right. I don't see it on my desktop, though, which is weird.
Oh.
See if anybody
I only see a plus sign.
Yeah, that's what I got.
Spaces have really been messed up lately, and I think that's part of the approach at one of the attack vectors as well. They have people inside X messing things up.
Well, I mean, could they be launching constant DDoS attacks, overloading X?
The space functionality there, that's just honestly programming on their end that they need to fix. I saw that they took down the video functionality for desktop a couple weeks ago. I think it was close to 2 weeks by now that they took that functionality away, that you can't use cam on desktop. So that's how I used to project the video, is I'd do a screen capture and project it through the camera feed.
I mean, I saw video space on the phone on an iPhone.
Yeah, that's I guess that's just camera, on your phone and using cameras there.
Yeah, and that seemed to be pretty stable. It probably has, and depending on how you open a space, or I guess the timing when a space is open.
I guess if you do it too quick, or do it if you're over 24 hours. I heard this. If usually you want to schedule your space within the 23-hour period, rather than over 24 hours, because then you won't get the pill. most of the time. But today I did it. I scheduled it and then opened it up within a few minutes, and the pill's gone. So it's like, I guess, too long or too soon. One or the other messes it up.
It's too hot or too cold. It has to be just right. Pill porridge.
So Kelly sent me this video. It says the October surprise we all feared just happened. So we're gonna play about like 10 minutes of this. She said check out 10 to 15 minutes of it.
Yeah.
And we'll see what this lady has to say here. Squirrel Tribe.
Yeah, I
like that name.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Get down with the Squirrel Tribe.
Yeah, because you're always chasing squirrels.
Yeah, exactly. That's me. Let me go ahead and get that playing, and we do have a request from Chris, so we'll get him up here.
Hello, Squirrel Tribe. I want to show you this map here. This is the 2024 consensus map, I guess that's how it's called. But this is showing you.
I'm sorry, but she actually gave a shout out to the Squirrel Tribe. I'm down. I'm with it.
The states that are predominantly Democrat, predominantly Republican, those that lean one way or the other, and those that are considered the swing states, the could go either way kind of states, right? What I find very interesting right now is that according to this, November 5th is literally barely weeks away. And we have 226 Democrat votes and 219 Republican votes, but there's 93 swing votes, right? Notice where those are: Georgia and North Carolina. Notice what has happened in the last few days in Georgia and North Carolina, that it's also affected Tennessee and Virginia and Florida. I think a little bit in Kentucky, but maybe not. South Carolina was hit with it too, but Hurricane Helene.
I can't hear.
You're muted up.
Yeah, what happened? Did you? Oh,
It just stopped.
Just stopped. Yeah.
That's strange because I've
Dang
got it.
it.
So
They
blank.
cut her off. They blocked her. It's probably she's been demoted. She has some good stuff to say.
Let me leave the space with Cyber Pager and then rejoin because this is messed up. Got it muted, unmuted. Okay. Try refreshing. Yeah, I don't know where that went wrong. Just give me a second while I get this rejoined and fixed up here. All right.
Wish I knew a good joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm good.
if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Walter. It's better than no talk at all. Go right ahead, brother.
Yeah. Oh well, really. Thank you, Adam.
Good one. I didn't intend to say it.
Appreciate you, brother.
I like how you played it, though.
All right. Well, we got a debate coming up here. I don't know if there's been any plans for the team to huddle up anywhere, listen, comment, or anything like that. Is there?
Yeah.
There is.
We could change the title of the space. I know Diligent is doing a video space, so he's gonna have someone live there with a camera.
I'd rather, to be honest, I'd rather watch it on TV and then come into a space. That's just me.
And then have the discussion. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Do you want to play the audio? Maybe we could play just keep it open and play the audio in here. And
that's good for some people, that don't use their televisions or anything like that. That's good. Because, like when I'm not at a TV or that isn't a convenient thing for me. I just plug in and listen to you guys and walk, do what I got to do around the yard or whatever. So, yeah, I mean, it's like having a radio in your ear.
Yeah, I love that. That's what I'll be on the road and jump into a space and just play the space over my radio or something and get to listen to something live.
Yeah.
Does it start at 9? Is it 9 p.m. Eastern or 8?
I thought it was 8.
Okay, well, we got 30 minutes.
7 o'clock Central. But I could be wrong. I got to look again. But
Oh, did anybody see that video of Kamala working with the earrings and testing the audio? It looked like.
Yep, did see that. Yep.
Yeah, she was responding to it and talking to it.
Hey, Adam, Jen's down there if you want to bring her up. See if she wants to talk.
She hasn't requested, so I figured she was busy.
Hey, Adam, I found the clip, so I DM'd it to you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll definitely check that out.
You're welcome.
You want to try playing it again then, or?
Yeah, let me give that a shot. Let's see if we can go ahead and do that.
Kelly,
It's right. What I find.
We got it. All right, cool. Go ahead, White Hat.
Oh, nothing to say at the moment.
Oh, okay, I thought you were saying something. My apologies. So yeah, it is working again. Just had to refresh the browser and jump back in the space. So we're good to go. Let's see what this lady of the Squirrel Army or Squirrel Tribe has to say.
Find very interesting right now is that according to this, November 5th is literally barely weeks away. And we have 226 Democrat votes and 219 Republican votes. But there's 93 swing votes, right? Notice where those are. Georgia and North Carolina. Notice what has happened in the last few days in Georgia and North Carolina. That has also affected Tennessee and Virginia and Florida. I think a little bit in Kentucky, maybe not. South Carolina was hit with it too. But Hurricane Helene came through and basically destroyed numerous locations in numerous red states, but in 2 swing states. Hey, Meta. Talking about in yesterday's video, the fact that Joe Biden finally yesterday afternoon, after we talked here on the channel about him not having said a word about Hurricane Helene yet, he finally yesterday made a statement about the hurricane, and it was mumbly and he was coughing like crazy. He said he had a cold, whatever else. It didn't really say much. Okay, Kamala still hasn't said anything of any merit whatsoever regarding this. But what is crazy to me is that this hurricane could literally be what makes or breaks the election. Not even to mention the strike that just started today at 12:01 a.m. October 1st with the port workers on the East Coast and all the way down through the Gulf and into Texas, right? We'll get to that in a minute though. But the fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are doing nothing so far to help the states, North Carolina and Georgia, not even to mention the rest of them, but the 2 swing states that Kamala Harris is so hell-bent on getting votes for. And yet instead of helping the people in especially Asheville, North Carolina, and in Valdosta, Georgia, and numerous other cities in those 2 states, they're doing nothing. And I truly believe that Hurricane Helene, this is going to sound so messed up and it's not meant that way, so please forgive me ahead of time, but it could be the positive turning point in this election. It could literally swing voters over to the right side, to the red, to the Republicans, because of the way the Democrats are not stepping up and doing what they should do to help the citizens of this country, especially in the areas that have been hit so hard, especially right now, Asheville, North Carolina. Like, if you guys have seen videos about how everything looks there, it is horrific. There are people posting all over social media, posting, let me actually show you. I have a post here from somebody. I just got to find where it went because I've got way too many links here. Y'all know how this works, but they were posting about how the government has done absolutely nothing. FEMA hasn't showed up. Okay, here it is. So this is from Ann Vandersteel. She posted this on X. I don't know who she is. Maybe she's somebody big. I'm not sure. So forgive me for not knowing who she is. But she says here, breaking update on Asheville. And this was posted. When was this posted? This was posted this morning at 7:09 a.m. today, October 1st. She says, the only entrance into Asheville is 30 minutes south. There are no trucks dropping off food, water, 0 trucks anywhere. The response is so weak by the government. The people on the ground are doing a better job than the authorities. If regular people just got in their cars with supplies, drove in and pushed boxes out, it would be monumental and exponential in help. People are desperate. A massive surge of dried goods, formula, baby supplies delivered ASAP. A coordination of drop points is being crafted. She says, stay tuned on that. The problem here is they're running out of gas. Ace Hardware is actually giving employees gas for free so people can come buy stuff. But what about gas for people to coordinate supply dissemination? While roads are still collapsing, Whole roads are still collapsing, infrastructure destroyed beyond the imagination, basically apocalyptic. The sheer act of survival is being complicated by medical concerns. Death will hasten due to lack of food and water. And with the port strike, how are they going to get food in? This is where it all ties together, right? And where is Fort Liberty? Only 5 Chinooks seen in the area. Just keep sending money to Ukraine, plead on the Senate floor for Ukraine, right? The governor of North Carolina is so corrupt. The mayor of Asheville is saying nothing, diverting every question with platitudes, doing nothing. Total stand down of law enforcement. There is no one wearing a uniform under the moniker of serve and protect seen anywhere at all. So there's another post here that says in the last few weeks, $17.2 billion have been given out in foreign aid. Meanwhile, citizens in America are watching their lives fall apart due to natural disasters and nothing is being done. How is this not absolute treason? Sorry, my nose itches. And that's a very good question because, again, our government is willing to take our money, your money, our hard-earned taxpayer dollars, and send it to other countries, and they're doing nothing for the people that have been completely devastated by this hurricane that came through. And now today, because Joe Biden, who is technically still the acting president, although he did say on The View that he's delegated all of his responsibilities over to Kamala Harris, right? He still has not done anything to try to stop the strike at the port, although he had no problem stepping in and stopping the strike when it was the railroad workers who were having issues. But now the port, nothing's being done, right? And they did go on strike this morning, 12:01 a.m. People, men and women out there with pickets on a picket line. And I have that for you in a minute. But the fact of the matter is the devastation in Asheville, North Carolina, out of all the places, I mean, it's absolutely horrific. And it's happening in numerous other cities. But right now in Asheville, a lot of people are pointing out the fact that Asheville happens to be just coincidentally massive lithium mining opportunities and capabilities. They wanted to build some sort of lithium mining construction, and it got turned down. I don't remember how long ago this was because we talked about it when it happened. This was a while ago. They turned it down, and now, y'all, this feels just like Lahaina. This feels just like East Palestine, Ohio. This feels just like other natural disasters or issues where it's basically wiped out a bunch of stuff, whether it's all the houses in Lahaina from the fires. Now the land is wide open for investors to come in and take, right? Whether it's East Palestine, Ohio, where it, people left because of all the chemicals and stuff. And now it's so close to the border of Pennsylvania where there's also lithium available. Like they're like 12 miles apart, right? Lithium available there. And now here you have Asheville, North Carolina, where they're like, hey, listen, massive lithium possibilities underneath the city of Asheville, North Carolina. And here you have the government not stepping in. Is it because they're waiting to sell Asheville, North Carolina to the highest bidder to go in and clean it up? But does clean it up mean completely destroy it, not build it back? No, build back better for Asheville, North Carolina. Instead, they're going to destroy the ground and take everything that's underneath it and say, screw the people. That may sound a little conspiracy theorist, but what else the past couple of years has sounded like a conspiracy theory and then come true? Basically everything that a lot of people have talked about. Anyway, so I wanted to bring that to your attention because the fact of the matter is, it is election year. The way that the current sitting administration handles these issues will determine for a lot of people now how they are going to vote on November 5th. It will determine, this is my personal opinion, this whole situation right now between Hurricane Helene and the port strike will determine if we stay Democrats run after November 5th, or if we go back, because going back sounds great to me right now, to a Republican administration. And I personally think the lack of...
Check this out. State Farm...
Yeah, we're not putting their ads.
that is being given to the people who need it right now is going to sway people towards the right, and we are going to easily take this election. And if we don't, again, I've already said it's because they've stolen it and they've cheated. But anyway, yesterday, on top of all of this, y'all, on top of all of this, yesterday, Verizon, I don't know how many of y'all have Verizon. I'm AT&T. I have family that's AT&T, people that are T-Mobile, few people that are Verizon. I saw on Facebook yesterday as we were driving back we went and picked up a friend who was basically stranded because of Hurricane Helene, about 5-6 hours away, needed a way home. So my husband and I yesterday went to get him and his dog so that he could get back home, right? Because he evacuated in case. And we're driving home and I'm on Facebook because my family's on Facebook and that's how we keep in touch with each other, like extended family and stuff, right? And I'm on there and I'm seeing places I follow a lot of pages of where I live. And I see people posting, you know, my cell phone's not working, Verizon's not working, I can't get anything to work, blah, 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 blah. So then I start looking it up and y'all, according to a tier 2 technician at Verizon, now this was posted by Shadow of Ezra on X earlier today or late last night, sorry. There has been a deliberate and unauthorized shutdown of the U.S. electrical grid that specifically targeted cell towers, starting locally and expanding nationwide. Verizon has experienced the most significant impact, with other carriers also affected due to their reliance on Verizon's infrastructure. The systemic nature of the shutdown indicates it was likely executed with ill intent rather than being a simple system malfunction. So you see, you know, the 5G towers and everything like that. Do you guys remember a couple months ago when we talked about the fact that AT&T and T-Mobile were down? And they tried to say it was because they were doing some sort of update and it glitched and there was whatever else. And then later on, and I told you then later on, they came out and go, no, sorry, we were hacked. And I said it from day one. I said, they're lying to you because they don't want to scare people, but they were hacked. The fact that we rely so heavily on technology is going to be the downfall of us all, which again ties into the strike at the port right now, because they are striking, one, for a raise in wage because they haven't had a raise in a very, very long time. I think the average they get paid is like $20 an hour. Bro, you can go to McDonald's and flip a burger for the same price. And these people are literally breaking their backs, making sure that we get the supplies that we need from sea to land. And I feel like they should definitely get paid more for what they do, right? But anyway, they are also on strike because they want to make sure that robots don't come in and take over the job, that AI doesn't take over, that technology doesn't kick out actual human workers. And I'm okay with that because guess what? The more technology that we have in the places where we had people working, the more chance we have of everything being shut down, and then we're completely screwed, right? So I can understand their strike right now, but it goes along with this. We rely so heavily on technology. Asheville, North Carolina, and all these other places that have been hit by Hurricane Helene, they have no electricity. There goes all the food that you prep, that you put in your refrigerator. There goes your ability if you need any sort of oxygen or anything that requires a plug-in, electricity, whatever else, there goes that. A lot of issues with not just a hurricane, not the port itself, but literally technology. We rely on it so heavily for absolutely everything that when anybody can deliberately shut down the U.S. electrical grid and like specifically target cell towers, which is what this says. Imagine how we will be, no pun intended, but left in the dark. Like, this is crazy to me. All the things that are happening simultaneously, like these October surprises. Surprise, we have no electricity because they hacked our grids and everything's down. Surprise, these towns are still having, after Hurricane Helene, issues because more roads are still washing away. And somebody pointed out in a comment yesterday, which I had not even thought about, the standing water, the dirty water, the bodies that are in the water. And then I started thinking they have a death count from Hurricane Helene in these cities, these states, but that's because of people they know are missing. What about the homeless men and women who don't have somebody to say, hey, so-and-so didn't come home. Hey, so-and-so hasn't been seen at work. Hey, so-and-so, whatever. Imagine how many people are missing from that. Then throw in the illegal immigrants, right? And then you have like much higher numbers than are being told on the death toll from Hurricane Helene. But besides all that, if you don't have the government or anybody going in to bring supplies to help people to eat, to have food, to have any sort of electricity, to have gas, to have water, anything else, you also don't have the medicine coming in, you're going to have more people who are going to lose their life due to lack of supplies, right? Number one. Then the water is going to get really, really dirty if it's not already extremely dirty, and that can infect people as well. And you're going to have death and issues from that. You're going to have the smell that goes along with all of it in all these areas, from that standing water, that dirty water, from the corpses of human and animals that are in this water. Like, it's going to be a huge deal. And this isn't like a cleanup overnight, like, you know, whatever, it's done. This is going to take time. And the fact that our government is still just sitting around with their thumbs up their asses does not help anything. This is one of those things where you need to be expeditiously getting people in there. And I hope I used that word right. Get people in there and get things going, get things moving, get things cleaned up, get people fed, get medicine to people. But then you have the port strike.
Drive 50 miles east of Silicon Valley.
Yeah, she hit a lot of things there. Some good points in regards to the cellular. What was she saying about T-Mobile and AT&T getting hacked? Like about how long ago did she say? Did you catch that, White Hat? Or
I heard the hacking, but also
I didn't hear how long ago because I'm on T-Mobile myself, and my text messaging has been like whacked. It's like delayed, or like I open the iMessage up and it freezes up on me. I don't know, and I cleared up a lot of space, so it's not like my memory is being robbed or something. Robbed up and slowing down my performance. My phone's performance is perfectly fine, and I turned iMessage off and back on, and it's just still messed up and quirky. It comes through, but occasionally, but it just seems like something's off.
Well, isn't it strange that cellular communications went down for some major carriers suddenly? The port strike, the hurricane, missiles.
But I said multifaceted.
I mean, it's like it's like if you ever saw the movie, is it The Groove Tube or whatever? It's like missiles heading towards New York, filmed at 11. It's all so. It seems so freaking ridiculous that the timing's just so strange.
They're desperate, man. I've been saying it for a while. They are desperate. So, I wouldn't put it past them for all these sort of different things that they could reach for. I don't know. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. Sad.
Yeah, and what's this deal with the medications and stuff? Because I'm thinking about that with my mother. She has medications that she needs to,
Well,
so what should she say to her doctor? Like, demand hey, shit's looking kind of like crazy. Like, it's about, it's hitting the fan. It is hitting the fan right now, literally. Like,
well, you need at least 90. You should have at least 90 days supply.
You could request 90 days up to.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the insurance, but most of the time they like sending 90 days because it's less cost in postage. So if you can actually get hold of 90 days supply, but with the port strike and everything, being that most of our drugs aren't made in this country.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about is like some of the things like keep her alive, like with her liver and blood pressure regulation and things like that. She could, if that's regulated, then
it's something that has to be. You have to act on this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I am. That's why I'm trying to get on top of it. I've got like all the supply stuff locked down, the gas, all that stuff, but the medication I was worried about because like if she doesn't have her medication, then she's not.
I mean, yeah, there's some backup supply that's in the country, so you just have to be first at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to be. Like, that's where I'm. So 90-day supply, you could ask the doctor for. So especially with that's perfect because I was thinking 2 months. If things go down, like we don't have a new president in office till what is it, March?
I mean,
officially in office.
I take a lot of meds, and I have pretty much a year's supply of every important med I take.
Oh, damn. Okay, that's good. You're well prepared. I did get some of that wormwood. It came in. I got the liquid form, and then I've got the pill form wormwood as well. But it tells me to take it with water, like put 20 droplets with water.
Yeah, I've never done the drops before, so I can't.
Oh, that tasted horrible. I took it yesterday for the first time. I was like, oh man. But yeah.
I mean, I also I ordered 8 tubes of the ivermectin, the horse.
The horse paste.
It's pretty cheap.
Don't tell Tim that. He loves horses.
The way, you ever see what he does with his leg? It looks like he's imitating a horse.
Oh yeah, when he's like hopping and gallivanting around or whatever.
Yeah, he does his thing with his leg. It's very strange.
It's like a shake.
It's like he's counting in horse language, but But the thing is that
that's what happens when you consume certain substances.
he's been genetically altered.
Certain traits.
Yeah, he genetically altered himself. But I mean,
my God, man, I'm cracking up.
There's something wrong with that dude. He's possessed for sure.
He is. I think he truly is a sexual deviant pedophile, but that's just my opinion.
Okay, if we remove the mask like Scooby-Doo, we're going to lift that mask and we're going to see Richard Simmons, because the way he moves around, like you were just saying that, and it just made me think of like how he moves and how sporadic and like crazy he is. It's just like Richard Simmons.
Yeah, just about 100 pounds heavier.
You gotta, the skin suit, bro,
But it's like I have a hard time, even like I'm tempted to watch this debate, but I think I'll get.
I want to watch it too, man.
I'm gonna wait for the clips because it will make me nauseous.
Well, it will. Let me tell you something. I've seen him in debates a couple of times here for governor, and he's a habitual liar, and he doesn't care about telling the truth for no reason whatsoever. It doesn't bother him to just make something up and just keep on going like nothing ever happened. And so you're going to see a lot of that. You think with the lies that you saw coming at Trump or something, this guy is going to he's very masterful at it too. And so I understand. I don't know a lot about JD. I haven't seen him a lot, but I do know that Walz is a masterful liar and propagandist, and he's an extraordinary debater.
So he's smooth as silk.
Well, he just goes into this zone where he can. I've never seen anybody who's able to just conjure up a lie on the spot to cover whatever the topic may be. He has sold his soul, and everything that he has sold his soul for comes through his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, from what I understand, I have no clue, but where did Vance go to school, and did he study law? So did he do mock trials and debates and things like that? And he doesn't seem like Vance seems like he has a brain in his head, so it might be interesting. But did you
see who he used, who JD used to help him debate prep?
Kamala. No.
Tom Emmer.
Okay.
Tom Emmer. And now I'll tell you something about Tom Emmer. Tom Emmer is nobody knows and has had to comment on Walz more than Tom Emmer. The only problem I have with Tom Emmer is there are no real techniques or tactics to what he does. He's really good at describing what maybe Walz may bring to the table, but he doesn't have any idea on how to counter it. That's my problem with Tom Emmer.
So it's like he has the concepts, but not the rebuttals.
Correct.
Okay. Well, it's the thing is to get Walz to say something completely outrageous, like completely over the top. That's if Vance gets him just to say something that's completely bonkers, he wins.
He's got to trigger him.
He's got literally, and since he's a horse, it should be.
Oh my God.
Well, there's enough there, but the problem is JD's not going to be able to question and ask him questions. But JD should pick 3 major issues: China, his relationship there, the burning of Minnesota, things like that. And there's maybe I would stay away from the stolen valor thing. I would stay away from that. But start with those 2 things and the fall of Minneapolis, and the whole George Floyd. You stay away from that name, but you can go into you know what? There's one more thing that I don't hear a lot of people talking about, and that is I don't think that more seniors' lives were lost, or more lives were lost to COVID than in Minnesota. His idea of putting, COVID patients
into the nursing homes.
So, I mean, those are the three things that I hope JD goes after. I don't know what JD is going to talk about.
I mean, that happened in a lot of blue states where they loaded nursing homes with COVID patients. And I honestly think it was to bring the body count numbers up.
Yes, absolutely. And he could go, I mean, if he could go into right now they're still taking COVID money.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're still giving them once you start you open up a program, a social program like that, it's hard to shut them down. But I mean, this guy is
well, it's another way for the government to launder money to their favorite causes.
Exactly. That's exactly what they do consistently. So we had $18 billion surplus. They spent that, didn't give it back to the people. They spent that and then raised taxes, so they could pay for more of their social programs that they bought into with the $18 million. $18 billion
programs, kind of like the school lunches at home for kids.
Well, the social
he helped set up and stole a bunch of money out of.
Yeah, the social programs are they sound good on paper. They make people feel good, but most of the money is stolen. It's all laundering. If the money actually went to the people that it was meant for, it would actually might do some good. But for the most part, it's deals with contractors that give kickbacks to the politicians that sign them up.
Yeah, well, where'd that Social Security money go that they borrowed?
Oh yeah,
Congress borrowed, right?
Look at MNLARS, the program that they spent $90 million on for the healthcare system here, and it still wasn't enough.
And what was the other?
And it fails.
Other thing with the electric, billions of dollars, and they built 4 electric power.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Manipulating the power company here. Yep.
And now the perfect example of why electric cars are bad is this, a lot of this stuff that is happening could be turned around on them, because where everything's flooded, most of those electric cars are probably completely worth nothing now. I mean, they're dead.
They're not even in Florida like these states, it's Southwest, but regardless,
what happens to an electric car when it gets covered with water?
It sets your house on fire.
It sets your house. Well, if it's plugged into your house, that and if your house.
There was a situation. I think somebody's Tesla caught fire because it was in the water. And
well, I've actually seen that locally on
fire.
I've seen just driving in Connecticut, I've actually seen basically electric car on fire, and the fire department wouldn't go near it. They had to wait until it burnt down, because all the chemicals that are involved in the batteries and everything, it's toxic.
Yay. But gasoline's bad.
Yeah, carbon's bad.
Climate change. The climate's been changing since the Earth's inception.
Well, you have to realize something.
Try to play that game of climate change. Climate denier. Like, no, I accept the fact that the Earth started as lava.
It's called weather.
Yeah, it's called weather. It's called
by the way,
climate change, right? Like, it does change. Good job.
By the way, you need carbon in order for plants to grow, to produce oxygen. And the whole carbon sequestration, and then it's like we are the carbon they want to get rid of. If you haven't realized that,
It's just an excuse to get rid of people.
I mean, now let's see. Human beings, what are we? Carbon-based life forms.
Right. But the thing with the climate, yeah, that's clearly, yeah, how do you deny climate change? Like it's, and the thing is it's the stupidity, the what is it, the God complex of some of these people. They think that we can change the climate. We're on a rock spinning like what, 80,000 miles per hour, and then moving at 100,000 miles per hour, something
Babylon
like that.
Babylon B has, they said, you can actually control the climate if you raise taxes.
Yeah. You can modify the weather, but...
Well, yeah, you could seed the clouds. You could do all sorts of...
Yeah.
They've been doing weather modification.
The solar system's cycle, like of, the seasons of the solar system, let's say.
Yeah, we actually... the cycle of the sun with solar flares, it's just... It happens to be at a high point now, but it's, I think,
age of Aquarius.
It's like a 40, I'm not sure whether like a 40-year cycle or something. I know it's cyclical. It kind of goes up and down. I mean, just like everything else. Guess what? Climate changes every day. That's why they have weathermen that can never get it right.
Well, it's interesting about these secret society people, right? Like as Bill Cooper says, they worship they don't worship the sun, but that's pretty much what it is like with the sun. So they know these ages, right? The age, like we were in the age of Pisces, and supposedly I think we're now in the age of Aquarius, which is the end age, right? Not the end of days, not the end of the world.
No, it's just
it's the end age.
It recycles.
Yeah, so this is an opportune moment, like the age of Aquarius, to think about it. Like it's that toward the end of that solar cycle, right? Or
who had the
I don't know about astrology stuff, how that works, but
who had that? Was it the Mayans that had the calendar? The calendar
Aztec calendar,
is super accurate, and it's like thousands of years old, like star charts and stuff like that. Very weird.
Pretty wild.
Yeah,
this is like around the world that that these people kind of had the similar ideas of
pyramids appeared all around the world. Yep. How strange is that?
And praising the sun, and the top is like they call it the cornerstone, because it's like where the corners meet to the point of the pyramid, and they usually top that. That's why like our dollar bill has that all-seeing eye,
Yeah, and there's all sorts of conspiracy with that, and
there's definitely the conspiracy there with that.
Then there's certain buildings that have 33 stairs in them, lots of weird stuff.
The 13th floor, supposedly like this is well, actually, I looked it up also. It's Friday the 13th is according to what happened to the Knights Templar, who was supposedly...
Oh, is that when they sent out the people to wipe them out?
Yeah, for the Knights Templar, because
they were
infiltrated. So before that, from the Knights Templar, they were the assassins, right? The Hashashins from Persia.
Which were used to kill the Knights Templar.
No. They actually they kind of the same theology and the idea and all that is the same thing as the Knights Templar. So the Knights Templar would like go around. They, according to what Bill says, they'd spit on the cross or step on it and things like that. They didn't accept Jesus Christ. They rebuked him essentially. From what he says, and they weren't really Christian, let's say.
Okay, because I thought the Templars were originally, they were supposed to be, because they wore the cross as their...
Yeah, they got that eventually. They didn't start off rocking that. They got it through the Pope. And the Pope was, I think, the one that called on them to be taken out. Between the Pope and...
because they were getting too powerful and getting too rich.
Probably. I don't know. No, just because they were against Christianity, essentially, that's the thing. Like, denied Jesus. You know, they denied all this stuff. So it didn't really match up well. You know, they were of that same order, right? The order of that came out of Egypt, essentially. To go back into it, yeah. That inspired that. That inspired that. So it's like the same society, and it's been that they've gone between the Middle East and Europe, and you know, back and forth, even to
so basically, what you're saying, it's just another gang.
Yeah, so it's just a, you know, like the order. Just think of it as an order that's kind of been worldwide, and they play both sides against each other throughout the world.
Well, that's what our politicians have been doing to us.
Oh, sounds like they're part of that order, wouldn't you say?
I mean,
like Skull and Bones, you know,
yeah,
that stuff, you know. So that kind of goes into that same the order of these people, the you know, the missing children, all that stuff, you know, the dark magic, the spirit cooking,
adrenochrome.
All goes even back to, like, you know, the Druids in England, same sort of order as well. So it's pretty insane that you know, these people, I think they're at their point that they want to bring in their new world order, right?
Well, yeah, it's like the Green New Steel, or as what is Trump, the Green New Scam, he calls it. I like the Green New Steel. It's like, and the whole trying to break up the nuclear family because that's the most powerful force on, you know, a nuclear family has how do you say, strength, and you break that up, and you get the children to attack the parents, which I think they did in China. They had the children turning in their own parents.
Yeah, you're right. 100%.
So, you know, because Marxism is great.
Well, it's Himmler's program as well. He had something like the
Hitler Youth.
Yeah, well, that's and he was deciding like who married who. Like you had to have a certain amount of Aryan blood in you or something like that.
Eugenics.
You know, like, eugenics. Yeah, these are same eugenicist types, the same order as Hitler, same order as the Marxists, same crap. You put them all under the same tent. You know, Marxists, communists, fascists. They're far left, and that's pretty much what it is. People have this paradigm in their mind that, oh, fascism's on the right and communism's on the far left.
Well, communism
that's not how it works.
Communism.
Let me just land my plane on this real quick, Craig. The way it works is fascism's far left, communism's far left, and as you go further to the right, it's smaller government, less intervention, minarchist, and you go libertarian, minarchist, anarchist, which is like, you know, very, very minimal government, you know, like, so that's less fascism, less authoritarianism. As you go further to the left, you know, you're going to get to the fascism, you're going to get to the communism, you're going to get to the socialism. Well, the socialism leads to the fascism or communism, whichever one you want to branch off into, you know, whether you do it, you know, it's the same thing essentially, but one gets to pick for a certain kind of people. And it's all totalitarian authoritarianism.
Well, what was the National
that's where
Socialist
I like
Party?
to clear that line up for people. Is like far right is like no government, you know, like far left is as much government as you could get possibly, you know.
Well, it's like far left, you know, the royals basically are people that are running our country think they're royalty, and we're the serfs. So
that would go under monarchs, you know. But these people, they play the background. They don't, you know, they'll prosper off of either or, you know.
Yeah,
fascist or communist or whatever it is. That's far left. You know,
the people at the top of the pyramid don't care what's going on underneath as long as they get paid. You know, but because Nazism was the National Socialist Party.
It's communism with a specific brand.
and they pick a target, and they use that target to rile up the populace. You know, it's like the whole concept of the LGBTQ XYZ is about dividing people and creating more division. You know, that it was designed to divide people or divide us as much as they could, because people come together, they can't be controlled. They can't be treated like sheeple. And the room goes silent. Bueller?
Sorry, can you cover for me, Craig? I got a little something that came up. Sorry.
Okay. Anybody want to say anything? Talk, for God's sakes. So silent.
So I heard somebody earlier talking about the, you know, the neglect of the hurricane and the deaths that are, and the devastation being caused. And I don't know. I just feel like, seems like we're always surprised that they don't care about us. And
Don't really care about us.
I'm always looking at it like, you know, like they're around the corner, you know, trying to pick me off. That's the way I see it. And, you know, I don't even, I don't even question the idea that they care about me anymore, or you, or anybody else. So that's my attitude, and it should be everyone's attitude. And we should just be looking to squash this ideas and their plan. That's all I care about, is squashing their plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we're useless eaters, according to Bill Gates.
If somebody would that would say something like that, like years ago, would be put in a rubber room, you know? That's why, honestly, he should be put in a rubber room. He's a psychopath.
Yes, he
That's what it
is.
comes down to.
And
yeah, Michael tried to warn us. They don't really care about us, you know. Like, you know, like that's the thing, is like Michael Jackson's like, everybody loved Michael growing up, and then you have this disdain to, like, you don't want to listen to Michael anymore because you think he's diddling kids and stuff, and
which turned out not to be true.
Yeah, so it's like
they were just trying to make him look bad because he was speaking truth,
and he wasn't carrying their agenda, and
correct.
They couldn't control him. They tried to do the same thing to Prince, and I don't doubt that they finished him off either.
Well, we know they killed Bill Cooper.
I don't know about that situation. I think he might have had something to do with firing guns himself. I didn't see footage of it or anything, so I don't know what happened with his situation. But
well, he
seems like when you listen to him, he's like a loving person, accepting person. He's like a classical liberal, like accepting of all people. He's like, I don't care what you do, what you're doing, whatever. Just don't mess with my stuff, and that's all it comes down to. Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe as long as you don't push your beliefs on me, sort of thing. And, you know.
He shook the tree pretty hard, though.
Yeah, he shook the tree as well as regards to them. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, he got into a situation, like, I don't know. I've never seen footage of that situation or reports on it, so.
You ever see the movie? There's a movie about him. There's a documentary. It's very interesting.
No, I'll have to check it out.
There's 9 ways to Sunday. Who said that?
No.
What's up, party people?
What's up, party lady?
I'm at the ice cream parlor.
Oh, maybe you'll run into Joe.
Joe Biden?
No, you're not going to let him take ice cream from me, right?
So you're not the party lady. You're the parlor lady.
I just left church. I've got 3 teenagers with me at the ice cream parlor.
That's pretty impressive if you can control that situation.
working on it.
Well, what's the deal, Kim? We got the space here. Diligent has his space that's going. He's got the video vice presidential debate. Are we gonna, stream the debate into this space, or are we gonna jump over there?
I think we go over there if he's got the video already. I mean, I don't see why not.
Okay. And then if anybody wants to watch it, they can watch it live or join us there. It's up to you. We'd like it if you joined us there and help build up that space. But what time do you want to do that? Do you want to hit on? Is there anything you wanted to hit on as far as any of these topics, or anything else that you want to bring up?
Well, I'm sure that you guys already talked about the lithium fields and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah. Kelly sent me a video of some squirrel lady, the squirrel tribe, and she was breaking down quite a bit of that stuff and talking about the automation.
Is that my spirit animal?
Yeah, right. I think mine too, because I'm a squirrel chaser, right?
Or running down rabbit holes.
Well, I've seen two different ones. I saw the lithium one, and then I also saw the affordable housing one. Did you guys see that one too?
No. What's it in regards to?
It was in regards to like a lot of the land in Asheville that they were gonna, claim eminent domain and then put the affordable housing on it.
To put the illegal immigrants in, right?
Yes, exactly.
And then have them mine the lithium.
Well, you know what I thought would
That's
be
what they were doing. They were importing slaves.
Yeah, what would be kind of funny is you turn the whole, if they wanted to, they could turn the whole thing with the strike going on and say, oh, look, we just happen to have 5 million spare workers that will work for $1 an hour.
Yeah, so I'm like, I would say 45 minutes in. Sorry, the shake machine's loud.
All good. So 45 minutes into what?
I'm 45 minutes into that documentary, This is Treason. And it's got Tara Rodas in it and Deborah White. It's just like a whole cast of characters that are just, and they're talking about all the HHS and the ORR situation and the fact that the government's basically trafficking children with taxpayer dollars. It's got everything in it.
Yeah, so yeah, that's kind of scary if you think about it, that our executive branch is literally trafficking children.
In front of us.
Is this an open space? Can I put my hand down?
Yeah, you could definitely put your hand up. We'll call on you. You could go ahead and speak though. You're welcome to.
Oh well,
you got your hand up, so go for it.
I've had my hand up for a while.
My apologies. It's just we just had a new co-host jump in, so I wanted a little update from her before we jumped over to you. Sorry about that. You go right ahead, Frank.
You're okay. I just jumped on here a little bit ago. I don't know what all you all have covered, but yeah, some of you all may think I'm crazy by thinking the fact that
I think people in our government are crazy, so that's cool. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Don't worry about it.
So you may think I'm crazy by thinking the fact that I think that they possibly used weather manipulation to strengthen the Helene hurricane.
Oh, you're in good company here. We believe that too.
Okay. Well, you don't need to believe it or not. It's fact. It's John Brennan at the Council of Foreign Relations was talking about weather modifications and the different. I've got a video actually that I just posted on my account.
I have a complete
of Brennan admitting it to the CFR like a couple years back, 2022, I think.
Okay, well, I'm in good company here, actually sitting here saying that I think that they are trying to wipe out cities to push for smart cities.
It's not far-fetched. Rebuild, You know,
15-minute
out of
cities.
chaos is order, right? That's their slogan. Order out of chaos.
Yeah, destroy cities, rebuild smart cities. That way they can control us.
Call them smart cities or FEMA camps, whatever you want. It's okay.
15-minute cities. I have my full tinfoil suit on now.
I wear mine to bed.
That's smart. Do you ground as well?
Grounding rod.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tinfoil sheet, and then you get your grounding stuck in grounding wires stuck in the ground outside. You'll be set.
Yeah. Well, I guess you all have already touched on it, so.
No, not to that extent. That's an interesting other additional take. So it's something new that you're bringing up. So I appreciate that. And as far as conspiracy theories, if you don't have theories about conspiracies, how do you find out that the conspiracies are factual?
They're not conspiracies at all. I mean, I'm just wondering, so let's say there's an existing storm and they kind of are guessing the track is favorable to their narrative. I'm just wondering, is there the capability to actually like literally supercharge the storm?
The way I would think you could do it, right, is you could seed it, right, and it increases in speed and picks up more water and such according to what kind of pressure system's coming in. So you time out how much you seed it according to the pressure system that's coming in, and you that way you could adjust the trajectory. That's the way I'm thinking about it. I'm like diagnosing it right now.
I'm wondering
in my head, how can you drive the hurricane?
Could they use microwave?
That's how you do it, is using the pressure systems as a guidance.
Because they use
how much you seed it.
Could they use microwaves to heat the water up?
I don't know about that. I haven't seen any lasers or.
Well, it's not even lasers. It's just simple microwave energy to heat the water up to give it more energy.
I saw people posting videos of green flashes of light, but me personally, I'm thinking okay, that could be electric wires going down. You get some
when wires come down, you get
transformers
exploding.
Transformers, yeah, those light up. I've seen one of those explode down here in Florida. That thing lights up the sky.
I caught one. I was working for a TV station, and I was actually rolling my camera at a wire that was it looked like it was on the verge. And I actually caught the whole wire snapping and the transformer exploding on tape.
And how'd that light up the sky pretty bad, right?
Oh, it was super bright, and it was
it's wild.
It created colors
PC colors.
The green and the blue.
Yep. That's why I saw that video of flashing green light, and I'm like, that could be a transformer for all we know, but maybe it could be.
I stayed in my vehicle, obviously, because I didn't want to. If I had been standing there, I would have been fried. But poked my camera out the window when I was shooting it, and it exploded.
Well, we got Jen up here.
What's up,
how you doing, Jen?
Hey guys, how's it going?
I'm in the ice cream line.
Another day in Crazy Town.
It really is another day in Crazy Town.
We have entered the Twilight Zone, or it's like super clown world.
It's weird.
Weird as walls.
Oh my, that's good.
What time does that start? Did anyone confirm what time that starts?
8 o'clock Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern, so it's already going right now?
It's already going.
No. I'm sorry. 8 o'clock Central Time.
Okay,
so 40 minutes.
So what is it? I'm trying to. Let's see. Oh, we have all these requests. How do you do this?
9 o'clock Eastern. 9 until 10:30. It's a
Thank you, Wise.
Oh, Wise One.
Thank you, Wise One. Guiding us.
we alwa't get the Eastern time. I'm throwing Central out there. I'm representing.
Okay. I thought we lost.
Chris Philby is the Yoda of America mission.
So is the channel fixing to switch over here to the debate, or are we going to continue to talk about how the government is trying to orchestrate globalistic control?
Well, we know that.
Well, I know we know that, but I'm just wondering if that's what we're going to continue.
Kim,
to talk about
what's the plan? 9 p.m. What are we doing? Are we jumping over to diligence space, or are we playing the debate in here?
No. Well, I think we go over there. I'm in the process of getting my ice cream.
Okay, sorry.
Well,
Okay.
we can listen to it.
I'm wondering
why is everybody getting ice cream in here?
Well, because
it's called Joe Biden syndrome.
It's Biden flavor.
It's in honor of Biden.
It's a double Biden. Get a double scoop of Biden, please. What flavor would that be? I guess crap.
I have a banana shake in the refrigerator. I think I might.
You could probably ask Sean Farash. I think he calls it Poopy Papa Jojo or something.
Poopy pants ice cream.
All right, I want to hit up Pie's hand. We've been jumping around in conversation here. Let's get back to that. How you doing, Pie?
You see how fast I am on the mic? Somehow my app cleared up.
You've been training, haven't you?
No, it's my app cleared up, and the little sparkler is not sitting right on the mic anymore. So somehow I updated enough that now I have a normal app. But do you guys know the joke? Like, what is corn oil made out of? Corn. What is olive oil made out of? And then you say, what is baby oil made out of?
Babies.
That's what it reminded me, Biden ice cream. Anyway, though, I just raised my hand to ask how Jen is. Like, how's her house? Did she leave the space?
Yes, she wasn't here for a second.
She sounded kind of sad.
Not a good subject.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Move on.
It's
All right,
yeah.
well, nice to see everybody. See you in the next space, I suppose.
Same space channel, same space time.
I think.
So we're not going to play it in here?
I
It
think
wasn't-
that we should do
It
it in
wasn't me,
here,
was it?
and then watch it someplace. Other people can watch it, and we should listen to it. And we should compare whether it sounds better or whether people who watched it got more out of it. I think that the verbal attack will be better on audio.
Yeah, so you don't have to look.
Are we talking about where we're going to go watch this thing?
Yeah,
Well, I
do we
can queue
actually
it up
want?
if I make it back in time because I'm in the car like Chris is. I really envy Chris, so I've decided to drive like him. So if I make it back home in time, I will hook it up for the streams. I'll play it on Rumble or wherever the heck it is, so people go to stream and watch it. But we could list it in here. It's nice and cozy.
I'm wondering if Waltz is asked to count, will he do it with his leg?
Ooh, that was close.
So
I made
are
it
we
back,
gonna
guys.
are we gonna start up a video space
My
then
phone,
so we can?
my phone died out on me. I was able to
No, we can't
get it
do
plugged in.
video
Hold on.
spaces.
Yeah, I just got back, so we're good.
Oh,
The
yeah.
space is gonna crash. What?
We can't do video spaces, right?
No, that went down. They took that service down off of desktop about like 2 weeks ago. So
Right, but you can do video. Oh, so
he's
you
holding
can't
his
do the
phone up
screen.
to a monitor. That's all.
Oh,
He's
that
got his
doesn't
phone
sound
on a
like fun.
stand with the camera, and I'm not doing it. I'll wait till they bring the what's it called? Because I don't have a tripod to set up my phone and keep it stable, pointed at my screen, and it's not going to look that great. So
Did you hear Truth Social now has a video streaming service?
yeah, they're going to branch out into that. And it's probably with XTV as well. You know, you're going to have all that good stuff.
And it's all on its own service, its own backbone, so it can't be manipulated supposedly. And he's probably has a deal with Elon to access all of Starlink's network.
I held my phone up for 4.5 hours on Sunday.
Yeah, I saw
That was amazing.
Wait, you did that? You did that freehand?
Yeah,
that was pretty amazing. You have pretty steady hand there.
Thank you.
I listened to the whole thing, Chris.
Well, Jen and Destiny helped while I was drinking some water and
Yeah, I heard you getting fed.
Jen was helping while I was eating a hamburger that she went and got for me, and I was really thankful for that. So thank you, Jen, even though you're not here.
Yeah, I heard the whole transaction. You wanted, and you said you wanted a cheeseburger.
Yeah. And it was good. Let me tell you, it was good.
It was made with real meat.
It was a huge cheeseburger, I swear. It was like Burger King ×2.
Sounds good. I kind of want a burger right now.
Yeah.
I have a strip steak in my fridge.
Huge cheeseburger and a huge bottle of water. Oh my God.
Yeah, some of that stuff that was there was pretty interesting. Some of the stuff they were talking, especially when they started talking about the food additives.
Oh my God. They had some guys standing behind me going, "This bitch is ruining everything."
It's like you can't eat anything in America because it's going to kill you.
Especially when
just go to Aldi's and buy the food there.
She got the Doritos, and it was like, oh man.
That's the thing about the Aldi's. Oh, the Doritos. Oh yeah, those are color yellow 5, yellow, and all that.
So the Aldi's is most of the food from Europe.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's all like mostly from Germany and that area. So like they have their restrictions, right? That like what RFK talks about is we can't export to them because they don't accept it because we use all this the pesticides, all that stuff, that they try to stay away from. So probably shopping at Aldi's is cheaper and it's probably
healthier.
Yeah,
because they say we have like 10,000 additives, and in Europe there's like 400
that are actually approved. Yeah,
that are actually approved, and they don't use all these chemical colorings and endocrine.
They use like beet juice and stuff like that.
Well, we've got to change something because 80% of our food, right, is imported. That's got to stop. That's
well, the thing is that
with this strike, right?
Well, Kellogg's sells the products they sell us are practically boxes of poison. The products they sell overseas are clean.
Yeah,
they don't have all the chemicals. They actually use sweet potatoes, orange, and blueberries for coloring. In Europe, and here they'll use blue dye number 72, which causes brain damage, whatever,
Yeah, it's the thing is like, how do you? We were a major exporter, as a USA. That was the thing. People like overseas, Middle East, Europe, wherever, they bought made in USA because they knew that they're buying a quality product that was going to last them quite a long time. It's going to be dependable, and all across the board there. That's why they bought made in the USA. That stamp meant something. And then now they don't want our exports.
Well, actually,
it's like almost intentional.
Literally.
Right? Like, how do you run the US's economy and how do we conquer the US?
Well, literally,
we infiltrate it and then we do this to the agriculture and then we do this to the products and we no one wants to buy our products.
We literally send product. The products that we export to Europe are much healthier. The products they give us here are crap.
But that's a finite amount, probably. You know what I mean? And think about it.
Everything, all of our food.
Everything. All our food.
Don't eat Fruit Loops, dude. I mean, that's all you got to do is just stay away.
Well, why can't they make them healthier?
Well, they do overseas.
No, they make them healthier here and ship them overseas.
Yeah, they're
Right,
called
that-
Fruity O's, and you can buy them at Whole Foods, and they're colored with beet juice and all that stuff. Carrot for orange ones, and yeah,
They cost
that's
a
what they use for
fortune.
the coloring.
Yeah,
You just gotta
fine.
shop smart. That's about it. Honestly,
well, Whole Foods, the stuff that they say was organic was actually made in China.
Pie's got her hand up again.
Nah, made in the USA. Anyways, Pie, go right ahead.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say thanks, Chris. I listened to the whole tape that you made, so that was awesome. Getting to listen to that must have been great to be there. So I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Also, say hi, Stacy. I was texting you earlier, and I don't know if I pushed send, but anywho, I don't remember what I was gonna say.
I do that all the time. I put out a text and then I don't send it, and then like days later, I'm like, I wonder how come they didn't get my text back? Terrible.
Yeah, usually it's like I'm texting in the bathroom at work.
I call that a squirrel. Squirrel made me do it.
I'm rather squirrely.
Well,
I'm pretty
at least you
squirrely.
got Wi-Fi in your bathroom, right?
Oh yeah, we got it all.
I'll never forget. This is back in the 80s, early 80s. I was working in a car dealership, and first time I used this bathroom, I walked in, and there was a push button telephone in the bathroom stall. And I said, oh my God. And
Sorry.
It's okay. It's a glitch.
yeah, I got fat fingered by it. Anyway, so I said, why in the hell is there a push button telephone in the bathroom? And this was like a wall phone. It was hooked up to the wall with all kinds of like 3 different lines and a hold button and phone that goes down on top of it. And he says, well, that's for the owner, so he doesn't miss a call if he's in the bathroom. I said, really?
Oh my gosh.
I said, how important could it be? But yeah, so
My dad had a phone in the bath. Oh, Aiden!
She lost her ice cream. No.
Oh my God! Did you hear that, terrorist?
It's an ice cream emergency.
He lost his ice cream.
No, he just burped like so loud. It was awful.
So are we?
What? I'm sorry.
That's what boys do.
Are we a mixture of Kennedy and Trump supporters in here?
I'm a mixture of let's get it done and get these freaking retards out of our government.
Love it.
Peacefully destroy the globalists.
Well, I mean, I'm just hearing so many things from the speakers in here about the health and the health food, which I'm completely all about, and I'm a huge Trump supporter. But
yeah, we love both of them.
I've got both Kennedy and Trump supporter friends that I absolutely love. So this is cool.
You found a home.
I'm digging this space.
Yeah, man.
You found your people.
Yeah. I've been anti-GMO since pretty much its inception. I started learning about it over a decade ago. So, I've been on that train as far as Maha before Maha was a thing. So, I'm definitely on board with Maha and MAGA. You know what I mean? We got to make America great again economically. We need to prosper again as a society and get healthier. Most definitely.
Can't be great without health.
Absolutely. I'm an organic farmer myself as a Trump supporter, and when I actually started finding the Kennedy people, uh, I wasn't able to find them on X until Kennedy came out and endorsed Trump. And then once that happened, it was like my feed started blowing up with Kennedy supporters, and I started finding a bunch of cool new friends and joining spaces. I don't know if you all know of Johnny Paradise, but I got hooked up on his spaces, and yeah, just I'm loving it. Loving
Yeah,
it.
we know Johnny.
Yeah, we've held a few spaces with Johnny as American Mission here, so definitely glad that you found us as well, because we are that hybrid of MAGA Maha, people. We definitely agree with a lot of that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Hybrids. We are hybrids. Love it. Love it.
Right now that I'm not in the ice cream shop anymore, did we decide what we're doing at 9 o'clock?
No, that's on you, because you're the co-host.
Why? Wait, why do I have to decide?
Because you're the boss
Adam's
of
not
us.
here.
You're
Adam?
You're
HR, Kim. You're HR.
You're the head
I'm
kahuna.
I'm driving and eating ice cream and co-hosting a space.
Yeah, you can multitask.
I
You're
vote
awesome.
So what do you want to do once you get home?
My vote is to stay, keep this space open, and just listen to it here. That's my vote. Everybody can vote. George,
I love it. I love it. I'm in.
All right, everyone wave if that's what you want to do. I'm with it.
Agree. Yeah, go ahead and post it here.
All right, so that's going to be in 20 minutes. So I'll start lining up the feed for that so I can feed it in here.
By the way, before we kind of get into the walls mode, actually, this will kind of lead us into the vice presidential debate. I did want to touch on that documentary, This Is Treason, and you can go to thisistreason.com. And I did the VIP package because it's $15.99 and it's donation to this organization that made this documentary. But it's got everybody that we know. It's all the stuff about the kids and the human trafficking that our government is doing, and it's really important. And there's so much that you can clip and put out there and share. I already shared a little bit of it, but I mean, it lays it all out, puts everything together, and it makes the government look like just complete and total criminals, which they are.
Or the new fun word, retards.
They're evil retards.
So Satan-tards.
Hey Adam, if you go out to my profile and you can play
Make
some of those
retards
clips.
great again.
What are you saying, Kim?
Can you go and play the clips of the post that I put out? It's right on my profile.
Okay,
It's not pinned, but it's like the next one down.
Gotcha. I do have I'm signed in on both browsers, so I'm definitely able to do that and just play it straight from there. Let's see here. You talking about the Lori Gallagher thing?
No, it's I put it
Reason?
exactly.
Okay, I got that. I'll play that.
There's 3 videos in there.
All right, and then in my timeline, there's a video by Foxy Farmer. It's a rescue of an old lady whose house is being washed away by floodwaters, and she puts on a life preserver and bails out of her house into a river. It's crazy.
Wasn't the guy from Florida that saved her?
Maybe, I don't know. But he dove out of a canoe to go get her because he couldn't control.
God, I hate when that happens. freaking buttons.
It's okay.
You fat finger it again, Greg.
Craig is doing this on purpose because
Well, there's a little thing that says request. Somebody's requesting, and I'm trying to hit it. And
that's where we've got we've got to do an assigned approver. Or
See, you gotta not be an overachiever, Craig. Just let Adam do it.
Okay.
Everybody has a button to push.
Kim,
What?
you know where is the debate going to be running for free?
I'm sure it's going to be on RSBN.
The debate? What do you mean for free?
Well, I have a RSBN running right now, and right now it's Trump's remarks from today.
Well, I had trouble
it's
pulling
probably
up
on
a
that.
presidential debate. Go ahead.
I mean, is maybe CNN? I don't know.
It's on CBS.
It's on CBS.
Yeah, CBS is hosting it. Everybody else is doing a simulcast. But if you go on, do you have access to YouTube or there are other spaces that are hosting it too. So I'm not
I can get
telling
to
you.
YouTube. I can do that, and I'll show it on our streams when I get home. While you guys are playing the audio. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Sounds good. And I'll pull up the feed somewhere. I'll be able to get that lined up.
Who do you want for the debate? Who's going to win?
Who do you think is going to win?
Man,
Not that child eating pedo.
Well, it might be the horse milker.
Well, you never know. They wear those ear aids. So let's see if he has on earrings tonight.
Gross.
I saw that photo. I did see that, Thinker. The Bill Walls wearing the earrings. Oh my God. It was pretty good.
He's so creepy. Like, could you have picked a creepier white dude?
I just got a thing saying Newsmax is going to cover the debate.
Can I say one thing?
You missed it earlier. What?
I would say, can I say one thing?
Sure.
I don't speak a lot, but I do a lot of like surveys just for extra money, like paid surveys. And a lot of the shit on the paid surveys they do, a lot of those paid surveys are they're fucking run by Democrats. And they constantly ask me about what do I feel about Hillary Clinton. So in my mind, maybe I'm wrong. I think the DNC is trying to push Hillary Clinton into the Democratic position, into the vice president position. I don't trust the DNC. They're going to do what they want to do regardless. But I think they're trying to push Hillary Clinton again, because why the fuck is she popping up again? And I'll land my plane there.
Well, if Hillary becomes a VP, Kamala won't live very long.
How much do they pay you to do those surveys? I'm curious. It's interesting to meet someone.
It depends on like every survey is different. Like you can do surveys, get like $1.25. I just do it every once in a while when I'm bored, just to get a little extra cash. Sometimes you get like $5, $10 a day to do it. But they're like, every time they do it, they try to push, why the fuck is Hillary Clinton even in the conversation? Like, why the fuck is she even in the conversation with Trump and Kamala or Biden or anybody? Why is Hillary Clinton even, why are they asking my opinion? And they've been asking my opinion on Hillary Clinton for months before this. That's why, like, I think, like, I maybe they can't, but I wouldn't put
What's the actual question? What's the actual question they ask you?
Wait, did he say that they were asking him questions about Hillary Clinton?
Surveys, yeah. What are they surveying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's
well,
the actual
on the
question?
surveys, they ask me, what's my opinion on Hillary Clinton? Do I have an unfavorable? But a lot of times they'll ask me and I'll say, I always say unfavorable, right? but then they try to ask me again. So what is really your opinion? And they want me to ask to say favorable or whatever, or they'll kick me out of the fucking survey. Like, you don't get much for the survey. It's just like little shit when you're bored. Cause I'm bored and I need some extra money. So I do it. And like, but they constantly trying to get you to say a favorable opinion on Hillary Clinton. But why is she even in the conversation? That's just
they're schemers. That's why they're schemers.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
Because
They're
she
schemers.
is going to not, there's no way that she's going to let Kamala Harris be the first female president. It's not going to happen. If there's even a hint of a chance, Hillary Clinton will be installed.
Well,
should we just call her Plan C?
If
Yeah.
Put it this way.
They're going to send her down. They'll send her down to Georgia or something to help out, and she'll drown.
Yeah, what's that song? The devil went down to Georgia. But let's say Walt really completely screws this thing all up. Hillary Clinton, they'll just put her in because just like they just put Kamala in, she'll be put in as the VP. She'd be put in as the VP. Then
What
Kamala,
did Jen say? What did Jen say from the beginning?
Yep.
And then, of course, you know what happens is Kamala will have some sort of boating accident or she'll have sudden illness.
Hillary will have the boating accident and she'll lose Kamala in it, I guess. Who knows?
Right. They'll go boating
No,
together.
Kamala will step down to join the Supreme Court.
Hillary will sit on her head.
Yeah, Kamala will become a Supreme Court justice and Hillary will become president. Oh my God.
And
Run for the hills.
Merrick Garland will be your vice president.
They just know there's nothing Hillary wouldn't do. So if they got her in office, they could get all their evil plans.
Although there's kind of a battle between the Obamas and the Clintons. What would happen there?
Michael would be the vice president.
Put him in the ring. Put him in the amphitheater. Fight to the death.
Oh, we could have an Octagon with Michael and Hillary.
Yes.
I'd pay to see that.
Be like modern day
Celebrity
sports.
death match.
Yeah, full on death. It's like, or get a rollerball team going if anybody remembers that old movie.
Exactly.
Roller derby.
I don't know if anybody recalls, but they tried to. If you don't think that they know that this is a losing ticket that they're dealing with right now, and that I think everything is hinged on this, how well Walz does in this debate tonight.
Oh, he's going to bomb.
And he's one of the best debaters you're ever going to see if he brings it. Because I've seen him in debates here in Minnesota for governor.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I thought he's gonna actually like.
We'll see what happens because they're so deep in crap right now that maybe he will bomb. He's got so much to fight off. But JD has, he's going to be. Some arrows are coming at JD tonight. Some arrows are going to be coming at JD tonight. We'll see how he handles those arrows.
Yeah, his personal
and Walz is really good at delivering the arrows, whether it doesn't matter whether it's truth or not, or facts or not.
Yeah,
he's really good at delivering lies as well.
Walz is an absolute communist, that's for sure, though.
They say that JD is really good. They say JD is really, really good at debating as well.
He's so
and
good.
I heard that,
he's so good. He's going to annihilate
And I heard that Vance is really good and that Walz is nervous and they're trying to keep him away.
Well, I'm sure they've looked at tapes and they know what they're in for. They're walking in prepared, I'm sure. I remembered what I was going to tell you guys. How about that horrible 6,000-pound effigy of Trump that was hung in my
Oh my God.
Did you guys talk about that? It's disgusting. And I went out to try to see it this morning just with my own eyes, and it was already gone. So it was like a very sneaky thing that they just had it up for like half a day. I mean, I wish it weren't up at all, of course. But I guess it's going to be a traveling thing, and they're just going to put it up just to get publicity and to be nasty. But yeah, I asked the guy because it's way, way north of town. It was like an hour to drive out there. I drove out there before work. I was already gone, and the kid at the gas station, I was like, "Did you see that thing?" He's like, "Yeah, it was disgusting." He said that it was literally hanging by the neck.
Well,
wow.
Remember the big balloon they used to, the big Trump balloon they used to blow up?
Yeah, and parades or whatever.
Yeah.
What would happen? What would happen if they did that with a naked Michelle Obama with a wiener?
With a dong
Yeah.
hanging out? Yeah.
I mean,
Oh my God.
seriously.
We wouldn't do that, though. We got more public decency than
Everybody
that.
would be arrested.
Like the snake
Exactly.
hanging out.
That shows you exactly how decent that conservatives are and the Democrats. I mean, what was up with that? I mean, why a 40?
They're weird, man.
Why
transition
The hypocrisy is real, dude, with the leftists. That's all it is. All they do is fucking protect everything they want to do on us, and fuck it. You know, everything they do, everything they say, they're doing to us. That's what they do.
It's always exactly what they say we're doing, they are doing. So, I mean,
Just so disgusting with him already having all those assassination attempts. And I heard our county commissioners approved it too.
I mean, so we have Michelle the Snake Pliskin, whatever.
They follow the rules for Radicals playbook, play by play.
Yep. You are correct.
I mean, the people running the show are not dumb. The people that they are putting in front of our face that they control are dumb. Hillary's not dumb. She's just a psychopath.
Okay. CBS just started their broadcast.
I've had it up. It's 4 minutes and 30 seconds out till the debate begins.
Hey, Walter. So I found out from my husband that his cousin is a guy named Harry Niska. He's a state senator or state rep in Minnesota. Have you ever heard of him?
What was his first name?
Harry Niska.
I'm not sure. I can look him up and see if I met him before.
Yeah, I'll send you his ex.
Okay, cool.
Anyways, we're gonna have him in a space, and he likes to go off on. He likes to go off on Tim Walz. So,
my God, Craig, that Wormwood, man. I don't know. You dealt with the state. I
wouldn't.
Come in.
Yeah, the liquid. I probably wouldn't do.
Yeah, like you drink a whole cup of that with the 20 drops in it.
Well,
the second time I did it.
If you drink it with some with some crappy coffee, you wouldn't notice.
Yeah, probably. It's a bit of the bitters, they say, right?
Yeah, I made this stupid idea. I went and got some cheap coffee after been making good coffee for a while, and I'm like, oh my God, it's so bad.
Yeah, you can't do it. It's like tasting trash, isn't it?
I mean, because I went out and got a coffee bean grinder, and I've been using pretty decent quality, not super high end, but decent. And then I went out and got, I guess, the chock full of nuts because I just wanted it to be easier. And my taste has changed so much from drinking the better coffee.
I just saw a lawnmower Roomba.
Now, what could go wrong?
Swear to God.
Oh, where's Lassie? Oh, the lawnmower ate her.
Wait.
Well, I don't think that it would get. I mean, it'd have to be a pretty small dog for it to
Was
get
it a
Not
Haitian?
Lassie, but
Was it a
Fufu.
Haitian
Okay,
lawnmower
fine,
Roomba?
My God, man.
Cats are missing all over the place.
Sorry, squirrel. That's what it
It was a squirrel.
The squirrel Roomba.
Yeah.
How do you keep the squirrels off your lawn? Oh, I got a Roomba. That's my lawn.
Oh, that would work perfect for that one that lives in my neighborhood who's just a real shit.
For some reason, it keeps coming to your house.
Like I was gonna say, a specific squirrel that like.
We have one. Listen, there is only one that I ever see, and he likes to torment me. He likes to take one bite out of my mango and then move on to the next one. And take a bite out.
He's actually.
Yes, he does, and he gets real mad at you and tries to pee on you.
He's a robotic squirrel. He's actually a government agent.
But he's the only one that lives in my neighborhood because I think he's that mean.
Did they not shake hands?
No, it's
Is
a
anybody
robot.
watching?
Yeah, I'm watching it. Guess who I heard Tim Waltz says?
You're being
Guess what I just heard?
They're taking the stage right now. So
Yeah, but they didn't shake hands.
Well,
They didn't.
they're not going to shake his hand.
They're
His
looking
hands
for a
shake too
viral
much.
moment. That's
who would touch his
Well,
hand.
Walls' hand's probably mushy and cold and
Handshake,
slimy.
and you have Governor Walz appears to be taking some notes. JD Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
And they were shaking hands before the cameras came.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, we have the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator JD Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage. So stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
Brought to you by Mr. Ed.
Tonight, with just over a month to go.
I changed the title of the space, so I got VP debate in there.
Of the United States, Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator JD Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back. And we are ready to continue to build the future together. We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know, it's at the end of this little journey, Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special.
I love the audio that the clips that they played right there together, and then he's going to turn the country red, and it's like, okay, I see what kind of games they're playing.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator JD Vance tonight meeting for the first time.
It's like a fat Joe Biden.
Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed. thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Senator. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state, a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You have got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, But Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
we're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been
much.
on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to
One
have,
app has not been on the books.
It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
These people are
Nora,
worse than
thank
the
you,
other
Margaret.
one.
You filthy,
The economy
dirty
is a top
scumbag.
concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer, a lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do. And some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, in the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe.
Loves that soy, doesn't it?
Most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a
show
gross
that
generalization.
he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you, Margaret.
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate, Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022, talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro freedoms for women to make their choices. And we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit. But we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator.
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive. And there are a lot of people who should still be alive. And I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me. But as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether
not
you're
true.
pro-choice or
That's not how the law
pro-abortion,
is.
that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Mind your own business. I want to make that a bumper sticker. Mind your own business when it comes to land use. Mind your own business when it comes to vaccinations and healthcare choices for everybody, not just women, but everybody in general. Like, mind your own business when it comes to what's in my home and if I have, firearms or if I don't. Mind your own business when it comes to my, climate carbon foot. Like, what is this? I am so irritated with this one-sided, concept of minding one's own business. Can we not just take that and apply it to me? And can we please just apply that to the entire federal government? Yes, mind your own business. I love it. Let's apply it unanimously, ubiquitously. Let's just make that the slogan, because I'm on board with that.
Yes, I'm there right with you. I must say, I believe that CBS is doing an absolutely worse job than CNN did, or ABC, or whoever the fuck aired it last time.
Yeah, not fact checking. That's fun. That's what
got all the fact checks we got from
He's
Kamala
referencing
HQ
the fact
Live.
checks. He's referencing the fact checking from the Trump debate. Like, you're fact checking the fact checking.
It's ridiculous. I think I heard him say.
I think I heard him say that he would go as a kid go out and ride his bike till the street lights came on, and that's he was proud of his service. Afterwards, I was like, what? Like, he slipped up there, I think, in his wording.
He's such a smooth liar.
He was a mess. I mean,
he's getting smashed right now.
Yeah, he is getting smashed.
The fact that they muted JD when he was coming back on that stuff and fact checking the fuck out of Walls really pissed me off.
And the late term botched abortion thing, that's he's saying, oh, that was fact checked.
I think somebody called them hookers.
In the last debate. What last debate did he have?
He was talking about the Trump-Kamala debate, that it was fact-checked. But, yeah, he's...
No, CBS just fact-checked JD Vance twice in real time. I don't know if you guys caught that, but CBS took over the reins and they fact-checked JD Vance on man-made climate change and then again on the immigration issue. And then when he tried to respond, his microphone was cut off.
Yeah,
exactly.
like, yeah,
and
we heard.
at the very, it was like the very last word. They had to have the last word. I'm like,
No, they yeah. Everybody sees it clearly, like except idiots, and well, God help them, you know.
And JD mentioned like they're not supposed to be fact checking. They said they're not going to fact check.
Yeah,
and then they did. So that's
They want
bullshit.
that.
I want to know what No Quarter thinks about Waltz because he knows Waltz the best.
Well, I told you he was gonna bring it, and I
Well,
told
he
you he was
lied
gonna.
a lot.
Well, I told them that's exactly. If his mouth is moving, he's lying. And I told you that he was gonna bring it. He was gonna throw a lot of arrows, and all of those arrows were going to be lies that would have to be deflected by JD. Now, JD is maintaining his cool, but I think he should have drove a little harder on the idea that bill for not helping a dying baby on the table. That's very
yeah,
true. and
he
it's
never
good.
answered the question. He
No.
never answered the 9-month question.
No.
Right,
No.
right, and I believe JD should have said the number because I think there is an actual number out there. I think first of all, there's like 8 states that allow it to all the way to 9 months, and I believe there was like 11 babies that died or something like that under that law after birth.
And Amber Thurman she did not die because of a lack of care, or she died because of mifepristone. And I think that's a really important point that JD missed. Like, this is a very dangerous drug. There's no reason why the FDA should have fast-tracked it or made it available by mail order, and certainly not through the second term.
Back on. Sorry to cut
Claim
you off.
would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain semi-automatic rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Waltz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is just your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead. and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful, and I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay. First of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that. But I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens? If you lower energy prices, as Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill, one of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Governor, we will get to you in a moment, but Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor,
Where's
your
the study?
time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local. Many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of healthcare. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill, but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher. And he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people, whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free. The idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on healthcare. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying healthcare once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. They stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats too have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married. So a very brilliant, narrowly difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families, cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the childcare shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide childcare options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's 5,000 or 6,000, that plays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square. And that's all I've said. And that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there.
What?
In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret? Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin.
Illegitimate president?
Like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement, but this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates, the CBS News Vice Presidential.
What a clown.
Oh, God. JD Vance is doing a really damn good job considering what he's does.
Yeah, they were beating people with
He's
the
so
American
eloquent.
flag. Oh my God. Oh my, this guy
I
is.
can't wait to hear what Tucker says.
Okay, can we just go back to 140 police officers being beat up and later some of them died?
Making things up.
Like that's what, in what world is that a reality? I just don't understand.
That
Party
is the
time.
world that
Excellent.
the normies believe because of the freaking January 6th committee. Like, they are convinced that because that was such a show, they can't fathom that there's that many people in on it. But what in reality, you didn't need that many people in on it to make it look like, you know, it was a thing.
It's the whole reason they did it.
Well, you know,
Exactly.
you know, over 2 million people
And,
perished
you know,
that
something
day.
that's been like just always been in the back of my mind ever since. It's kind of got brought up when we had the other one, he who must not be named, when Milley was in there and we found out where he worked, and he was he's a mission hunter who is tied to the construction company, and you got the scaffolding played a big role in it. Was that construction company part of it, and it allowed them to have access to plan? Like, it's just been in my mind ever since we found that out.
Real quick before they come back, I don't know who goes last on the closing statements, but I have a feeling I'm going to hate Walt's closing statement. He's going to lie like a mother.
Yeah. He's been lying the whole time, pretty much.
Chris, what's up?
I just really wish, hold on, sorry. I really wish that JD would address the centralized authority within the executive branch, because if anybody is really truly concerned about a president having, unanimous authority or authoritarian authority or any type of dictatorship, like there's only one reason why that would even occur or be possible in the United States of America. And that is because of the centralized authority that has precipitously been delegated to the administrative branch that literally serves at the pleasure of the president. This is the thing that also made me angry about Waltz's comment about, Congress writing our laws. Yeah, Congress passes laws, but it is up to the administrative state to allocate the funds, to determine how those rules are carried out, and interpret the letter of the law. So we have this entire, apparatus.
You mean that they'd have to administer it, Brianna?
Exactly. And these individuals are not only selected and appointed by the president, but like I've said before, it is precedent that they are able to be selected and appointed based on the president's ideological agendas. So I just really wish that JD and Trump and RFK and everybody that is libertarian minded would address this.
Brianna, it's not you and I and people in this room that Walz has to convince.
Yeah.
Or Chris, I'll go ahead and let Chris get in on this. Well, we only got a minute left.
So to steal a line from Jimmy Dore from Sunday, 100,000 people showed up on January 6th that were Second Amendment crazy people, and to overthrow the government, except they all forgot their guns. And so we'll just leave it at that.
Presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country, and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he. And then he said, Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand. And Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell.
Shut up, bitch. Sorry. Yeah, so that was an interesting debate. I think JD Vance.
I was just rage coloring, by the way.
What?
I was rage coloring.
You were rage coloring? Like coloring fast?
Yeah.
Angrily fast? Yeah. Go ahead, Kim.
I thought that it was frustrating. The fact checking was obscene. I agree with Bree. I wish that he would have dug into the meat of the censorship and the authoritarian, the overregulation. I mean, I've seen him. Any of the financial stuff, which he is strong in. I guess that's probably because he is strong in that. They probably didn't ask any questions about that. I would have liked to have heard more about that from him because he does have some good ideas and some good policy that he wants to, put into place. So I do wish that we could get some moderators that actually not necessarily favored our side, but at least did it fairly and gave us some topics that he can just nail. I think he did a good job though, considering what he had to work with.
The one thing that I would say is where I disagreed with both of them was the government having to do something with building houses. Like, sorry, the government shouldn't be in the business of building houses. That should be in the private sector. Just shrink government down, please.
Wasn't he talking about freeing up land? He was talking
freeing
about freeing up
I understand
land.
that. Yeah, and it should go to Americans rather than foreign countries or entities. That they profit off of.
The federal government has they have confiscated so much land, which technically it's ours, right? The federal government, they're buying it with the taxpayer money. They've acquired all of this land, and what Donald Trump has been, he's talked about this when he was president before. What he wants to do is free up some of that land to have and give it to the private sector to develop affordable housing for young families.
And let me just tell you really quickly, it is not being managed. That's something that really irritated me. I really wish JD Vance would have pushed back on Walz when he was talking about, we need to preserve and protect our national forest lands, and we're so adamant in Minnesota, blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm just absolutely enraged by that comment because no, natural resource budgets have been completely slashed. Our federal lands are not being managed. They're going up in flames. It's contributing to CO2 emissions in our atmosphere. And then we end up getting taxed and billed and told that we're terrible human beings and we need to, stop eating meat and adjust our consumer behavior because of their failed policies. And I'm just absolutely disgusted by the whole thing. You want to talk about what Minnesota is doing. They're entering into the 30 by 30 contract where 30% of private land, 30% of publicly managed lands will be seized and taken. They're handing all of these over to natural asset corporations to manage. And that's all a whole new tax scheme to be traded on the New York Stock Exchange. I mean, you want to really drill down into the issue of why housing prices are so expensive. It's because our building materials have gone up in flames because our federal agencies that have been placed in charge of managing our most precious and natural resources aren't. You want to talk about why we have, food insecurity? We've got a Bureau of Land Management that's completely out of control, a United States Forestry Service that is literally culling our deer, our elk, our moose, our antelope. They are undamming dams, killing millions of fish when that sediment is immediately released. We have rivers that have taken 10 years for fish life to return at all. Expensive that it changed the aquatic life and underwater landscape all the way into the ocean. So, I mean, they're terrible policies, and it's impacting not only our food security, but housing prices, because again, our lumber is literally going up in flames. So,
Brianna,
yeah.
The thing that I will add to that, I watched John Stossel special on the dams and how they were doing that. And what they did is they created steps for the salmon to go back upstream, right? So they could go nest or whatever that they do upstream, right? They go upstream to nest. So they were saying that was an issue. And, they took down the dam and, it was just bad overall situation, right? I don't know if you've seen that video. Do you know
I haven't seen that one, but yeah, that's a really great solution right there. Just creating a ladder for the salmon to go up. I mean, there's so many different solutions. And in terms of electricity, right, like hydroelectricity is one of the cleanest forms of electricity we have. One spillway on the Klamath can power the entire city of Portland. So I just don't understand why we're getting rid of our most effective means of powering cities while simultaneously making EV mandates. And, it takes a ton of electricity to charge an EV, let alone having one or two in every single driveway in America. It's just absolutely, they're just ridiculous policies. I don't understand it.
Oh, but one thing on the EV, because we just had the storm here, and so we had quite a bit of flooding. And here's something that they are really not talking about, which I found to be extremely troubling and odd. So homes that had water, the homes, I think they got about 3-4 foot of water in them. Well, if their electric car was plugged in, it caught on fire and it burnt down the whole house. So, flood damage is one thing, you still got the structure there. These homes burnt to the ground because we all know that the fire from those electric cars, you can't put it out with water. Okay. And so you have to let it burn. I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen them on the side of the road, but I see them quite often, these cars that just are, it seems to be like every other week, there's a car on the highway burnt to the ground.
Are we going to go to some hands?
Yeah.
I'll wait for
I was
Pi.
hoping the call would have done that, but
I'm sorry.
go.
I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute. I was saying that.
No worries. Let's go ahead, Michael, and then we'll go to no quarter, Pi, and game. We'll go in that order. That's the order that it's showing up for me. What's up, Jen? Glad you could join us, by the way. And go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, just a couple quick points. I immediately switched over to CNN to see what their reaction and spin was going to be, and it was kind of interesting. So they did give JD some credit, although they did that by basically saying that they thought that this was him trying to like recover his image, that he needed to like show this like nice side of MAGA, and they also talked about how like who these people were trying to reach tonight, and that the people in each side of their camps already kind of know, and so you're kind of speaking to the normies that really don't know the in-depth policy and things that like Brianna was speaking about so eloquently. Like they're not talking to us; they're talking to a whole different group of people tonight. So I thought that was kind of interesting, and then they did kind of act like they were a little mad at Walz for not pushing back enough on Vance, and that he was able to kind of run roughshod, as CNN put it. And so I just thought those were kind of some interesting points. I always like to hear what the other side's saying, and I thought it was kind of interesting. So I'll land there.
Great points, Michael. Definitely agree with you there. It's interesting from watching the first debate where you got to see the three of them, plus whoever was in the earrings, gang up on Trump, and people got to see that, right? And Trump held his own against all, 12 of them, right? And he did a great job. I thought he did well. I saw the polls, and everyone was saying he beat her in the debate, and that's what I personally saw. And then tonight, but the thing was, you had that gang up effect, and then tonight, Vance, was muted. He was shut down, and they'd be like, okay, they'd wait for Walz to finish, and then be like, okay, that's your time is up, Mr. Walz. And it was like, oh, how convenient. His time is up every time he stops speaking. Like, yeah, okay. He's timing that out so perfectly. But yeah, regardless, it was a great overall debate scenario, and maybe it'll, people will actually see that, and it'll, kindle their hearts a bit. So yeah, let's go on to the next hand. Walter, go right ahead.
All right. I know somebody was before me, but I'm not going to take that long.
My apologies.
No, that's okay. So I'm just going to say quick. The idea that I think that Michael was pointing out the fact that they were reaching out they were speaking to the normies. We understand that we're not going to get a fair shake in these debates. Let's just forget about the whining about how unfair it is. It's just never going to be in our favor. It's just not going to be a thing. Now, the way Vance handled it, I think he got him. He was able to keep himself from getting all caught up in every single lie that Walz was throwing at him. I mean, just imagine if he had to tackle every single one of those issues. He would have never gotten his own points out. So I think he controlled the debate the way he needed to control it. The stuff that we talk about in here is way over most people's heads when it comes to the economy or the land management and all this type of stuff, and all the stuff that Brianna was talking about. I don't want to act like we're talking to stupid people, but we're talking to stupid people, and that's who they were trying to stay in line with, is making sure that their message didn't go over people's heads. And I think Vance did a good job of not being lured into these arguments one after another. And I think he handled himself pretty well under the circumstances. And I told you that Tim would bring it, and he brought it. He's very convincing argument.
Not stupid people, uninformed. Let's go with uninformed people.
I like stupid too.
Wait, Walter, did you really just say that Tim brought it?
Yeah, he brought it the way and if he's trying to convince the normies, the way his cadence.
I think we allowed a crackhead on the stage.
But
a legitimate crackhead.
But he's got friends that are.
Well, we don't like him, We don't like him. We've already decided we
No,
can't
it's
stand
not
him.
that we don't like him. It's his erratic movements. It's his eye movements. There's
Ooh.
something wrong with him.
I still think he was a good talker up there. If nothing else,
He was a
still
lot
talking.
calmer.
No, he did horrible. Tim Walz was horrible. Tim Walz wanted to say to Vance, I agree with you. Oh, you're right. And he said things like that. He was like, oh yeah, so he did a horrible job. CNN is horrible themselves. And what's his name? Van Jones, I think that's his name. He said, oh yeah, JD Vance was slick. He was great. He was awesome. I went to the same went through the same education, and that's how they teach you. They are embarrassed at Tim Walz's performance. And I'm gonna land on this. I was just told by someone that Tim Walz is the real Ronald McDonald.
I don't know.
I believe that.
Oh man, yeah, I see what you're saying, Walter. For the hopefully, people have woken up enough that they're not buying it anymore. That's the thing. He did a good job of peddling bullshit, but that's about it.
That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, he definitely did snake around quite a few things. But then I heard him say some fumbles. And
he literally had to admit he was a liar in the middle of the debate.
Well, he got
literally
Vance
admitted he lied right on the stage.
He got Vance to admit that he made mistakes too. So they both went back.
No, there's a difference between making a mistake and flat out lying.
Wait, which part was that, Jen? Because I might have missed it.
He said he misspoke about the China stuff.
Yeah, that he was
the
in
fact
Tiananmen
that he was
Square.
at Tiananmen Square, that's kind of a big thing to lie about, guys. Just like,
and I believe he also made that his anniversary, wedding anniversary.
General destiny of the United States military. What the hell? This guy literally admitted he lied right to America. Bold face lied.
Nobody
After
will
he
know
was called out
that.
for trying not to answer the question initially.
Well, I hope I don't sound like I'm defending the guy. That's one thing.
You're
Okay,
just
good.
you're pointing out the simpleton view that might be out there. That
No, I don't think you're defending him, Walter, right? But I definitely don't think that he was his performance was somehow good. The way he interacted, the amount of times he looked like he was going to turn around and start swinging at JD Vance. What the hell was that?
Agreed. I saw the if people watched it, yeah, they definitely got to
He's a weird dude.
Yeah. See him stressing out and then shocks of awe and all this. Yeah. He was
I mean, for somebody who went around calling JD Vance weird, right? And you have two men on the stage, and clearly the one who was calling the other one weird is the weirdo, always.
And
But notice
person.
Walz didn't say it tonight, but Vance slammed weird how many times? I think he threw it in there 3 times, and that was great to take that and spin it off
I
watch him
can't
squirm.
Well,
I can't
Walz
believe that JD
is
did not press on that law about the freaking babies, because
the
it is clearly written. He read it as it's written. Why didn't he push on that?
He
also
should have
Walz,
flat out called him a communist and been like,
Walz
yo,
is-
I hear you're working for the CCP. You got connections to the CCP. Let's talk about the CCP. Oh, and what rank are you in the CCP army? Just wondering, because maybe he got his ranks mixed up, guys. Maybe that's what happened.
and Walz is friends with school shooters.
No
He
stolen
talks to
valor.
them.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was another fumble, Craig. Good catch.
And then what was the other thing?
He
likes to
rode
take.
bicycles.
He takes his students to China to educate them.
Oh, yeah, and then he rode bicycles till the lights came out on the streets, and he was proud of his service. I think that's what he said. Yeah. I'm gonna have to replay it to make sure, but I think he said that at the very. I think that was his first fumble, and then he hangs out with or he's friends with school shooters.
Friends with school
Like what? What did you hear? What you just said, dude? What?
I mean, when he said that, it was like, so is he friends with them before they shoot, after they shoot, or both?
He's friends with not the body doubles. Just saying.
Yeah.
We need to make some short clips of this and put it together. And
But it's the guns. The guns grow hairy legs and go into schools and shoot people, guys. Like there's no humans behind the guns. The guns react themselves.
Well, they
according
have
to
their own
Tim Walsh.
legs. Yep. And, guns have
I can't hear Craig.
personalities. What was that?
He can't hear you, Craig.
Oh.
Sort it out. Let's get
Guys, can I go ahead?
It's my turn, I think.
Go for it, Pi.
I was gonna say, and that was hilarious when he said that about sometimes it's just the guns. Yeah, that was funny. Something weird that I noticed was the way he was like nodding and agreeing all the time. Just reminded me of how they stole no tax on tips. And I'm like, oh, he's just trying to be all agreeable and just to, like agree with everything. So then it just turns out to, oh yeah, we agree with all these smart fiscal things, but you get us joy. The thing I loved the way JD just like let him fact check him once and then he went in for the kill, and like typical JD, not gonna let it happen the second time she fact checked him. I thought it was oh shoot, I wish that he had the thing I wished when he talked about free speech, I wish he had mentioned the two-tiered justice system. But I don't know. I think he was kind of keeping it for normies so he wouldn't get in the weeds. Walls tried so hard to get him to say the election was stolen. To hear that, but then he's like, you have to agree. You know it was stolen. Will you say it wasn't, or something like that? So he really managed to just not go into that trap, since normies think it's crazy to say the election was stolen, though we know it was. So yeah, those were my two main things. I was glad that he at least checked her once, but I mean, I felt like he could have been a little stronger a couple of times, but again, I think they were keeping it a little normcore.
Pi, you bring up some good points. Did you hear the part where he started talking about Trump's baby bonus, basically, and kind of like bringing it up as if it's his idea or their campaign's idea, right? Like Trump's been talking about baby bonus forever.
Right. Let's just align. We agree with everything, only we're awesome and they're crazy.
Gotcha.
Wait, Adam. So Tim Walsh just lost CNN. If I send it to the Cyber Patriot account, can you play it?
Yes, I can. Yes,
hearing?
yes, I can. Sorry, I was taking a screenshot. I'm having like an error bringing Kim up. You want to co-host? Or no?
I can co-host for a little while. I don't know how long I'm going to stay here because honestly, like, I don't even want to be doing this right now, but here I am.
Yeah. Right. Let me get you as a co-host there, so maybe you could bring.
Right, like all of this seems like really stupid when people have lost like literally everything. So. And everybody was just like sitting there. I don't know. So.
Can I go ahead now, America?
Yeah, go ahead, Game. You're good.
Okay, good. First
then
of all,
we'll jump over to Parson and then Chris. Go ahead. Sorry.
Great. Thank you, American Mission, for putting the space on number one. Brianna, your points were beyond well needed and well taken. We have fires here in Southern California just absolutely destroying the timber. All right, number one, dams are being destroyed. Guys, the big thing going on is not this debate tonight. The big thing going on is the cabal's systematic destruction through direct energy weapons, call it what you want, weather modification, the fact that the largest American lithium and quartz reserves lie in an area now destroyed by a man-made hurricane. Yeah, I said it, man-made hurricane. Trust me, this is bigger than Katrina. When you guys see the fallout and how many people have died, thank you for the props. Good to see you, Jen. Good to see all you guys here fighting the fight. Hi, Kim, and the rest of you. I really, really and pissed off. I'm Megyn Kelly level. Go read Megyn Kelly, what she said. She said, F you, CBS. You know, when they tried that fact-checking bullshit on JD, it was like, that ain't going to work, homies. Not now. But guys, we need to pray vociferously, daily, okay, for our country, for our republic. We live in a bankrupt corporation right now. This biatch that's running for president doesn't deserve to be a school teacher, let alone POTUS. All right, number one. Number two, you have longshoremen that are striking all along the East Coast. The West Coast is next. Watch carefully. Watch the waters. Watch what's going on. This is Red October. This is not some little fun time. You know, okay, the debate was the debate, but the big points are the other ones I raised. God bless you all, and let's keep fighting.
Definitely. Thank you so much for that. We definitely got to keep our eye on the ball here. Go ahead, Mr. Parson.
Parson.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good
Parson.
evening. First off, I gotta give you kudos for how well you streamed that out through Spaces. It was wonderful to listen to. Great job on the sounds people were making that were up at the speaker box at the time. I thought JD did JD's job, and I thought he did it well, considering, you know, the moderators, considering the competition, being a clown, really. I can't help. Somebody mentioned it earlier. You know,
I think he had too much for that. I mean,
Sorry about that. I had the audio's mic open.
Don't worry. It happens.
Just continue.
Don't worry.
My apologies.
So one of the things I really enjoyed was how he handled all the tropes. I mean, I think a lot of Americans, especially even today, are coming to the understanding that their media, even Fox News, is propaganda. It's state and corporate controlled. It's trying to get you. We're already propagandized more than any other nation in the world, and this does a disservice to the American people, because we're supposed to be a federalist republic democracy by our votes in our states, and they have completely misled us on where we are in the world and where the world is, and this leaves the American public thinking that the people, as far as the Democrats are concerned, and the majority of Republicans that they're concerned about. And just so we're clear, right now I am installing a security system in Oakland County Republican headquarters. Okay, and it's one that I'm a member of and been here forever, and I've been telling them, but now we start getting bricks through windows, and they're like, yeah, okay, let's do something. So as a lifelong Republican and an old son of a, you know what, you got an old cracker up there who's playing grandpa, who really gives somebody from his same generation the feeling that this guy seems to be somebody that fondles little kids if you're not paying attention. He's the guy in school we always kind of looked at and like, don't get too close to me. He's not impressive, and none of these people in the Democratic Party are impressive, simply because they're all compromised. And the good news is the majority of the Republicans aren't compromised, and Donald Trump certainly isn't uncompromised. He's not a perfect human being. And I just want to say my little part, and I'm going to shut up and listen. I heard a lot of great commentary. He's not perfect. No human is. None of us are Jesus Christ. But he's not part of the cabal. He is for us. He really is. Sincerely, I believe this to my bones, that Donald Trump is for us, not for himself. And
well, thank you, Parson.
Yeah, and if the American people, and here's my landing point: the American people haven't figured that part out, and your neighbors haven't figured that part out, that should give you a clue to how bad it is right now in this country. And I'll land with that.
Well, thank you for coming up and voicing your opinion. You're welcome to hang out, of course, Parson. Great commentary there. Let's go ahead and head over to Chris and then say hello to Doc if he's available to talk a little bit. Definitely want some.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that you can abuse him, Doc, just because he's hiding behind the American flag. I don't why in these debates.
Doc's not even speaking.
That's because Doc's not talking. Why, when these candidates, especially on our side, come under attack from these media people, why they don't go back after these people and just they don't have to be abusive. They just have to ask a question.
Well, I can answer that for you, Chris. It's because it's not proper. That's not how civilized people interact, okay? Like, you can't just go around like yelling at people, especially when their facts are on our side. Then you just look crazy and no one's going to take you serious. And if you act out like that, you're going to lose the ticket for Donald Trump. And do you really want your political career affected by that? So I would just, you can push back, but not too hard. You need to restrain yourself.
Yeah, you got to be careful of your tone there, Christopher.
Well, then how did we end up with fake news?
Because everybody's a bunch of pussies. And
CIA.
they threw tea in the harbor over a 2% tax. And the founding fathers are now rolling over in their graves. And I'm surprised they haven't popped out yet.
What do you say? Key letters there, Doc? That was very good.
I'm just saying that, it wouldn't hurt to say, you're fact checking me, but you won't fact check yourself because you're the biggest liars in the world.
I called Mockingbird for no reason, Chris. Come on now.
Yeah, because see, this is the thing, right? It's like we have been. Sorry, I lost my AirPod. We have been brainwashed, right, into thinking that if you want to reach the American public, right, you have to kiss the ass of mainstream media. And if you want to be invited back on their shows, that there are certain stipulations that you must abide by, right? And you can't be flying off the hook. You can't be going off on tangents. If the host interrupts you, you need to be quiet and listen to what they have to say and not overtalk them, right? You can't go on there acting like no MAGA Republican, like Jen Lawrence out there saying the F-bomb at totally inappropriate times, right? Like, you can't do that, even though that's what needs to be done, right? They have backed the people into a corner to think that if they want to be on mainstream media, they have to abide by these rules or they're never going to be invited back and they'll be blacklisted.
I'll never forget, my business partner came home from DC one day, went to go see one of our clients over there who happened to be a celebrity hair cutter that went to the White House to cut a certain president's wife's hair. And one of his clients happened to be a 60 Minutes correspondent. And he came back and he said, Leslie Saul is a fucking bitch.
Oh, I could start name dropping. Listen, I had to deal with them. And you know who's even worse is their like publicists, like their I can't even think of the word right now. My brain is fried. Like their main person that you have to contact in order to get on the show, right? Their booker.
Yeah.
They are the worst people and they're gatekeepers, right? They control the flow of information to the host, just like they do to the president of the United States, right? They control what goes across the desk and what doesn't go across the desk.
Yeah, you can always tell how, what the quality of a person is by how they treat somebody who is in a lesser station than themselves, regardless of what that is. If somebody in the service industry and you abuse them, it's absolutely ridiculous. Those people are there to provide a service to you, and if you don't have the common courtesy to unless they are completely out of line and abusive to you, to treat them with respect and be thankful that they're available to you, then you're just a piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. And I don't care if you're worth $1 billion or you don't have 2 cents to rub together. I look at everybody the same way.
Thank you, Chris, and we value your opinion 100%.
And I look at the people that are in this room, and I everybody that I know here are quality people, and I enjoy everybody. And it's just a shame that we have to put up with this garbage as being put forth as our ideals, and all they are the worst propagandists that have ever. I just, there are no words for what these people
It's definitely frustrating, Chris. I agree with you. I come at a loss of words myself in that regard. Like, I'm just like, son of a, I want to go off.
I'm in mixed companies. I mean, there's things I could say, but I'm in mixed company.
Oh, let it rip, Chris. Let it rip.
Who the hell gives a shit about mixed company?
Yeah,
right? Like, if you get offended, maybe you should check yourself and ask why you're offended.
What does that even mean, mixed company?
He's just fucking around.
Yeah. So how's it going, Doc? What did you think of tonight's event?
Well, I did get a chance to pay a lot of attention to it. What I have seen and heard, I watched it but couldn't listen to it. A woman that lives in my building that I thought, and she thought that we had put each other in the friend zone. She's aligned with me politically. She's very conservative. She's from Ecuador. Her family's Ecuadorian. And she has some interesting opinions about Julian Assange. I got to get her in a room sometime. But as we're watching the debate and listening to it on my phone, the subtitles running, we figured out that we both really liked each other and wanted to date each other, but thought the other had friend zone. So I didn't pay a lot of attention to it. What I did notice, and I'm going to go back and look at it again, is how uncomfortable Waltz was on camera. And not hearing the commentary, but watching the body language. He's constantly looking down, up and down, up and down. It seemed he had a whole list. I don't know what he was looking at, but it seemed like he had some paperwork down on his podium that he was listening to J.D. Vance for topical cues that he would have a statement or a comeback for that he had been prepared. But he wasn't able to listen in real time to J.D. Vance and articulate an intelligent answer without devolving to what appeared to be prepared statements. Of course, he was able to articulate his argument, at least when it came to diversity, when it came to at least what he tried to pretend was Kamala's border policy. The typical Democratic talking points that he's used to get elected in whatever communist democratic state he's in. Where is he at? Wisconsin? I forget. In any case, very uncomfortable. I knew JD was going to kill him. I'm glad to hear that people who might have been on the conservatives, who might have been on the fence with JD, who were sort of off it. I think that this was the reason why he was chosen, because he is just so good on his feet. He comes from that blue collar background. Trump has absolutely destroyed the Republican and Democratic parties. The MAGA is now the party for the common people, for the middle class. And it was never more evident, in my opinion, than today to have hillbilly J.D. Vance, military veteran J.D. Vance, surprise winner of the Senate in 2022. Really the only sort of victory that we had in 2022 on a national basis, given, again, the theft of the election in many places, including Arizona. I don't know that I still favor him in 2028. A lot will depend on what happens in the next 4 years and, of course, what happens in November. But I still want Tucker to come back and be president. But without Tucker being there, I like the way that we're positioned for the future. A young man who clearly shares Trump's vision of restoring America, is able to articulate that vision in a very compelling way with a backstory, a family backstory, a patriot backstory, a blue collar backstory. He is the emblem of the new MAGA party that Trump has created.
Doc, I'm sorry. Did you say that you basically used the vice presidential debate to pick up a lady?
I did, but it wasn't my fault.
That's a new one. That is definitely a new one for me.
Well, no, she's I saw her by the pool. She's very pretty. She's about 20 years younger than me, which is great. And I've never been like one of those.
This motherfucker's over here stroking his ego.
Yes!
Oh, I was at the pool.
She's
20 years younger than me.
I'm on the divorce.
I feel terrible for you, Doc.
Look,
We skipped the friend zone and went straight to the dating.
Hooligan.
Well, I had seen her at the pool and I'd been watching her, and she walked by me, and I didn't know how to go over and say anything to her. She was walking by me, and I finally said hello to her back, and she turned around. I said, "Hi, my name's David," and she told me her name. And she's someone, as she explained to me tonight, who doesn't understand when someone's hitting on her. And I thought I was pretty obvious about it, and she wanted to be friends, and she sends me pictures of her life and her kids and her travels and stuff. And she just got back from Ecuador and in Ohio, and she said, "Do you want to go watch?"
Ohio.
Yeah, she was in Ohio, and she wants to go watch the debate with me. So yeah. So on the way, and she was dressed very, 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 very nice. And so I told her, I said, we talked about my dating life, and not to derail the space. And I said, I really, really did like you. I'm glad that we're friends. But she's really? I thought that's all you wanted to do was friends. So it's kind of a great evening for me, and I'm glad to hear that JD Vance.
Okay,
We're happy for you, Doc.
Okay, hold on. For men who obviously hear like Doc, okay, if a girl is sending you about her kids, her life, her freaking first kindergarten love story, okay, she's probably hitting on you, okay? Yeah.
Big time.
I didn't know.
We're all living vicariously through you. I love it. I've been following your little journey
Kim,
here.
do not speak for the room.
I've had six girlfriends in my life, and then my wife for 31 years. So
young love is so fun though when it's exciting, and
Sorry, some women are hard to read.
They're very. You know what? They're some of them are evil. Let me tell you, the leverage they have over men. Yeah.
I mean,
So-
some of them do eat their young. So
No,
it is
listen, the leverage they have over men is that blood only flows down, right? So that's the leverage they have over men. It's actually men's fault that they can't control themselves.
It's gravity. It's just built into our nature. You guys are lucky that we're that way. Constantly knocking on your door. You know, what would you do if we weren't?
Oh, it would suck so bad. I do
Totally.
love that.
Totally, it would totally suck. You know, it's funny. She started. I did see her down at the pool when I was going out with Dodie the liberal, and so she. I didn't introduce the two of them, but I do that Deborah's one I'm talking about was there, and she said, "Yeah, I remember you were there with that high maintenance blonde, and you could tell by her hair she didn't want to go in the pool."
Oh my God, what
And-
the fuck is going on right now? God.
Wow. She had you pegged from get-go, Doc.
Yeah, no, she busted me tonight on that old girlfriend part. And a lot of my friends told me, I think maybe Jen as well, you can't go out with a liberal chick.
No way.
Anyway,
thanks
very glad that
dating
Dave
tips with
kicked
Doc,
out.
ladies and gentlemen.
Hey,
Like,
my
are you
golden
gonna
years.
do a Substack, Doc? I think you should do a Substack on your experiences.
No, I just
Is she from Ecuador?
she her father is Norwegian and very tall. Her mother is Ecuadorian. She does have an Ecuadorian passport. I actually been fan. And so we talked about that. She'd take me to Ecuador. She's got a passport, so I can get a Ecuadorian passport if we get married.
I worked with a guy in the car business in the late '80s that he ran a shrimp business, shrimp farm for the CIA down there.
Tom Hanks.
Baba Gump.
Forrest Gump.
All the Ecuadorians I've ever known, I've really, really liked.
Well, apparently they got a good.
We also are
government
not
there.
suggesting you bring your guns to Ecuador, people.
What guns? What guns? Okay.
In Minecraft.
Well, we do have some hands. I do want to hit up some of the hands here. And thanks. That was very entertaining. And I'm very happy for you, Doc. Always great to hear people in love, you know?
Yeah, sorry.
We need more of that.
Full of political analysis this evening, but I got derailed. It's not my fault.
I feel like the American Mission website needs a Doc column.
Yes. Dr. Doc. No, I mean, Dr. Love. That's what I meant.
What's up, Doc?
So let's head. I don't know the order of the hands. You,
Mike and Walter. Oh, wait. No, Pi, Bree, Mike, and Walter.
let's hit it.
Okay, if I'm next, mine's not so long. I really just want to thank Jen for giving me the image of the founding fathers raising from the graves, especially now that it's Halloween. And I think we should think about that. I think there's a lot of possibilities with our founding fathers and Halloween and haunting us like
That is such
the
a good
ghosts-
story.
Right? The
We
ghosts of
need some
Christmas
images.
past, the
We need
ghosts
images.
of Christmas future,
Yes.
their words, their anger, their wisdom. This is something we got to play with this.
They're
Brock-
pulling
I think-
commies into the grave with them.
think-
like, you know,
I think
back
Brock-
Their
can make-
warnings.
Brock can make some cool images for sure.
Skeleton Paul Revere driving, like riding around everywhere, warning people, and people just staring at their cell phones. There
But
you
The
go.
Paul
woke are
Revere-
here. The commies are here. The commies are here.
you make the movie. That's it. Hey, Robert Davi, how do we make this happen?
No,
Let's go.
I really don't think you guys understand like what a police state DC is. Like I don't think you guys truly understand.
Oh, give us some good examples, Jen. Like, tell us what your
Oh, dude,
experience.
Kim, I am not in the mood to like,
Okay, fine. Sorry.
So let's clear out the
No.
hands, and then I got the video.
You're fine, Kim. I'm just like, I don't even want to get into it because it's just going to make me more upset.
All right, Bree, Mike, and then Walter. Don't get upset.
So
We
we'll
love
go
you.
through the hands real quick and then play the video that Jen sent me. Does it sound good? Let's go. Who's up? Kim? Who's up?
Bree's up.
Bree,
All right, let's go, Bree.
Hey guys. Hey Doc. I'm so happy that you have found someone. That's exciting. Gives me fuzzy warm butterflies thinking about the day I met my own husband.
Yeah, it's pretty
Right?
good right now.
Young love.
So fun. Very cool. So yeah, just kind of going back to the debate, it's interesting. The whole conversation around censorship I thought was really important. And when Waltz, claimed that the threshold for freedom of speech in the United States, in my head, like, I really wish JD from the rooftops because there's not a problem. It's that opinions and concepts and ideas and policy conversations. I mean, I can't even tell you, like, I still to this day on X cannot link specific .government source materials. I cannot link specific state-based policies, like just going to our state legislature here in South Dakota, for example. Dr. Naomi Wolf was suspended off of X and suspended off of Facebook after sharing a policy proposal from an Oregon state senator. So the problem here is not that people are just screaming fire in a movie theater or just raising Cain for no reason. The problem is that clearly people are being censored for warning others that the movie theater is on fire. And I think that's really the message that needs to be put out. So,
What would have been great, Bree, is if he just yelled fire at that moment.
That's a perfect segue to what I was going to say.
Oh, okay, good. Go ahead.
First of all, I mean, she's absolutely right, but also screaming fire in a movie theater isn't illegal. That was written in the dissent of the Supreme Court. But what I was going to say is he talked about censorship and that it's being alleged, and I don't know if this is true. I can't fact check it myself right now, but they're saying that starting 1 hour before the debate, none of Trump's campaign financial ads were allowed to be, they were all taken down off of YouTube and they weren't allowed to be shown during the entirety of the debate. So that's just another example of the bullshit. And I hope it's not true, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Did they show Kamala's? Like, so they took Trump's down and not hers?
of course.
I do not know. I just see people on Twitter complaining that all of his ads were taken down. They want to know why.
See, the problem with the censorship industrial complex is that there shouldn't be a censorship industrial complex. The problem with fact checkers is there shouldn't be fact checkers, right? Like, that's the whole problem. So sitting here debating the minutia of, oh, the censorship industrial complex, well, it shouldn't be there to begin with. So let's just abolish it and get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So just really quickly, so Roku cut out the closing marks of JD Vance, just for anyone who might not know.
What?
Of course they would do that.
Question, guys. Why is there no purple pill below?
The ask
The
Elon.
censorship industrial complex.
Sometimes
Ask and you shall receive.
if you alter the space after you schedule it,
I didn't alter it after I scheduled
Or-
it. I opened it like a few minutes after I scheduled it.
right, or you don't open on the original space, that will do that.
Yeah, it's I did neither nor, but yeah, it's not there. So ask Elon is the best question.
You know what you do? Just I would share it up in the bubble, share the space up in the bubble, and we can put the comments in there.
Oh, okay, good idea. Smart move. Let me get rid of all this BS, or not BS, but like it's a. Next hand, call it out, Kim. I'm gonna work on that.
Okay, so it was Bree, then it was Michael went, and okay, so Walter.
Yeah, I don't know if any of us remember, but I don't believe that there would have been a President Trump if there had not been for social media. The media wasn't going to help him get there. He usurped all of the media and Twitter and all the social media that he used is what made him president of the United States.
Top trolls.
Yep, the media is not going to do it for us. As a matter of fact, when I think it was Jen was talking about, or everybody was talking about him not going after the media directly. You know, I think you were talking about at when they were making the offenses to go after them. Trump, at every turn, demolishes the media. He goes after them. He is the pit bull when it comes to going after the media. I like to keep in mind sometimes that certain people want to see us act a certain way, and they're going to try to continue to draw that out of us, and we have to refrain at many times, and we have to be cautious about when we do cut loose and where we cut loose, and who we're recognize who we're representing when we do cut loose. So I believe that there are times and places for that, and I don't believe that a debate is where you want to get in an argument with these people. But we do have to go after them, and we do have to understand that our avenue to success is never going to be through the mainstream media. It's at this point right now. I see an extraordinary move to get Trump's message out through social media. So I think that's going to be his way again to the presidency, and definitely not through the media.
100. Definitely. The mainstream media is not a battleground that we could go fight on with them. That's going to be up to the people, the politicians that are running, that will have to face that beast on their own, essentially. In these sort of situations, and then our part is here on the where we have access is X and Rumble, Pill.net, QUX, all these platforms that are becoming the alternative and are becoming the free speech bastions of the internet.
And the younger generation, they're on TikTok. Get over to TikTok.
Oh, I love TikTok.
Because they're
Thank you, Jen.
Every younger generation that I talk to, 23 and up, 20 and up, it's all about TikTok.
They're also on Snap. All the like teeny boppers are on Snap. Real quick before we get to Thinker.
All right, I'll hang out with the adults here on X. What was that?
I was just gonna say, I wanted to say thank you to everybody for showing up. We really emphasize the fact that it doesn't matter how big or small your account is. It's important that you show up and you share the information out, and that we get loud, because we don't have necessarily the reach that the MSM has. So it's really important that everybody who's on here bring a friend. When you're in a space or you do spaces, you're at somebody's house, bring a friend, introduce them to spaces. I do that all the time. I'll just hop into one and, just expose as much as you possibly can. And it really, really helps. I know I've been screaming out on Facebook, even though I hate times a week, because
100%.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Doc.
Speaking of beasts, where is Dustin this evening?
Sleeping, probably.
Yeah, he's sleeping, Doc.
Yeah, Kim, be careful with that Facebook, because the Facebook is literally the government. It is not.
That's what I told my mother yesterday.
It's
It really
guys,
isn't.
full board. They are
I
the enemy.
cannot stress.
They are the enemy.
Yeah. Well, they are the government. I mean, they literally are the CIA.
I
literally.
only share official government hearings.
Yeah. So what my point is, the government contracted them to create a database. They tried to hire me to head up. I'm not going to dox myself, but they tried to hire me for a very high position there. I went through the process just so I can see from the inside what they do. But I know people that work there at the very high up executive levels, just where they wanted to hire me at the high level. So they are literally contracted for the CIA. It's one of the biggest scams that people fall for. And so be very careful, because whatever you do becomes a record against you. So I'll just leave that
I'm
alone.
so glad you're on our side. Guys, if you're not following the thinker, you should be, because she throws down like nobody's business. Love you, girl.
Just I love you. I love you too. That's why I want to tell you they are horrible. But I wanted to come back to something Jen and Chris said, because I thought it was fascinating. It sort of piles on to what No Quarter was saying as well. But I remember a while ago, like when I first went to school and college, and then you know how you start going into the media. I was in the entertainment business, and you start going into like media training and everything. And one of the first things they kept saying is never call anybody a liar. Never call anybody a liar. And I'm sitting here like, well, if they're lying, why don't you call? So they have that mainstream media, to Jen's point, they train people how to be so soft, and they scare people around, you can't say certain things unless you have concrete evidence, and you will get sued.
Donald Trump, maybe.
Well, this is like, I'm talking about historically in mainstream media training, and you could get sued for defamation. And, it's, to me, it was just always creating a media. You had to be really soft to be invited to the party. So I think now, when you think about how the tables are turning, with the media, it's almost like what happened in the music industry, right? It's like the mainstream radio kind of went away, and you have the alternative or underground, where you can actually go out there and make your own choices. So you don't, George Soros just bought all the radio stations. That is something that we do not need to overlook. But yeah, radio is not, used to be mainstream. You used to have to pay to play and all of that stuff, payola. Now you got Spotify and all these other outlets. That's the same thing that's happening to the news media. So people have their own, media, no media training, which is really good, on these platforms. But people just, share their analysis and their view. But yeah, I don't. They will never call anybody a liar, even if they have concrete evidence. All of that. Trump introduced fake news as a way to show like they're lying to you. So I just wanted to just share that part.
Listen, the
when
thinker.
Chris asked the question.
Can I respond? Actually, came up.
Yes, I'm done.
No, you can't respond because you're interrupting, Chase. I'm not gonna. You could request again. I'll let you join the stage once Jen takes off. But I'm not gonna have you pissing her off tonight. So as much as entertaining as it is to hear her, rip you a new one. So we're gonna save that for later.
Yeah, he's not entertaining at all.
No, but Jen ripping him a new one is entertaining. But yeah, let's continue.
Oh, I didn't know Chase was an aggravator.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. No worries. I was holding on, but go ahead.
He's an aggravator. Wow, I would love to hear what he had to say.
Go ahead, Pi. You're up next.
I forgot again. I'm sure it was very important. I'll raise my hand later.
All right, Afro Jump just joined the stage here. If you want to jump in, if you're ready, go right ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to go to playing this video. I got to bring Cyber Patriot back on stage.
Can I jump in, America?
By the way, real quick before we get to that, I just want to thank everybody for coming, and you'll notice that there is no pill. So up in the nest, there is a post where American Mission has shared the space. If you could go out there and go to that bubble and click on the arrows going around in a square, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Adam, I remembered. Can I say it? It's kind of fast.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I was thinking about the founding fathers coming out of their graves again. And I was thinking that it would be so funny for people to animate them literally coming out of the graves, kind of exasperated about the peaceful slumber they're having. and them just like pointing out why they did certain things to maybe teach and maybe to like decrustify these so and so old white men, that they say, which like well, this idea was based on studying the Romans and the Greeks.
I
and
love
their
that
ideas,
idea.
right? Because it would be illuminating and they would be kind of cool. And
like why they did certain things, why they set up the way they did, and like little tidbits and like make it a learning experience. I love that.
yeah, because so many people, like those convention states people that think are legislators, who like half of them are like realtors or whatever, they're going to write some really cool new amendments, but they haven't been studying the Greeks and the Romans and democracy and how things played out over 1,000 years. And there's some background to why we've made certain choices and about why certain systems always devolve to tyranny, etc. That's it.
Oh my gosh, Jen, you have to tell them what we were talking about today with the Brutus and that whole thing. Like, what if Caesar was the bad guy and Brutus wasn't?
I don't know. Because, like, was he... Oh, Lord, I don't even want to get into that, Kim. Like, honestly, like, I can't. I really can't, Kim. I'm sorry. Another
She's
night.
spent right now.
Yeah, I'm
Anyways, that's what we were talking about. It kind of came up in conversation. I ever had that guy, and Et tu, Brute was not. That thought experiment would be real crazy.
Definitely a rabbit hole to go down.
They lied to us about everything else.
Right. All right. So let's go ahead and play that video real quick. It's Tim Walz just lost on CNN. Something along that line. So let's hear it.
I think there was a clear lack of preparation and execution here on Walz's part.
I think actually it's the opposite. I think he had too much preparation.
Maybe, yeah.
He had so many lines that he was clearly trying to say that he didn't listen and said when J.D. Vance said one of the many things he really hit Kamala Harris on, not Tim Walz, but Kamala Harris, he didn't respond because he clearly had things in his mind. I think the lack of interviews that he has done with national media, with local media, it showed he needed more reps.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, J.D. Vance is much more experienced
to that. I mean, I think.
Oh, so that was Dana Bash. Okay, interesting. So it could be that they're not being genuine though, regardless.
Well, they can't come right out and say that he's that Walz is a boob and that JD really won that debate. They're not going to do that.
Come on,
no. When you see them waffling for an answer, when you see them trying to make up for the fact that he sucked, when you see them trying to run cover for him, right? Like the fact that they're not sitting there hitting JD Vance, really. They're not sitting there saying how great he did. They're trying to clean up his disaster that just happened on that stage.
Yeah, and CNN did they had a focus group of 8 undecided voters, and after the debate, they went to find out if anybody made up their mind. Only one person did. No, the other people did not. Based on the debate, the one person that did said it was because of the answer on J6. So whatever.
Well, I mean, I don't care about anything else that the guy did except he put tampons in boys' bathrooms, and I don't know how you can justify that under any circumstance. I mean,
well, he obviously needs one tonight after J.D. Vance just ripped him a new asshole. So, I mean, he could use a tampon tonight.
Yeah,
hot damn.
That's true. I mean, they use those for surgery after hemorrhoids. After hemorrhoid surgery. So I guess he probably does need a box of
Golden butt plug?
No, you talking
Well,
about
hold on.
maxi
In
pads.
all
You talking about maxi pads,
seriousness,
Chris.
right? The best way to stop a nosebleed, like if you're ever having like a really bad nosebleed, is to stick a tampon up your nose. No, I'm dead
True
serious. It's not
story.
even a
True
joke.
story.
In reality,
Yeah, okay,
though,
but
Vance,
Chris, I think you're talking about maxi pads, Chris, for the hemorrhoids. I don't know about a tampon for the hemorrhoids.
Vance went straight to the spin room and reportedly Waltz went straight to get comfort food from the cafeteria.
Oh man. All right, no quarter. Go right ahead.
Yeah, Tampon is just the name of the company. Anyway, yeah, have you heard their latest slogan? We're not
What's that?
number one, but we're up there. Anyway,
Wait, I'm so confused. What did you mean by tampon is just the name of a company?
It is.
I know
I thought it was.
No, Tampax is
tampon.
I'm not
Tampax.
Tampax is the
Tampax.
name of the company.
Okay, see, I'm glad I don't know.
Yeah.
Puts
Thank
me in
God
my
you don't
place.
know.
So there is so there are two things. One looks like a pillow cotton tissue, which is like a maxi pad with like then you got the tampon. It looks like a little tube that you can insert in there. You can't insert the maxi pad, so it's two different
Some ladies might be able
devices.
to insert the maxi pad.
Some of them look like little look like little lollipops.
Wait, what is
Oh,
going
my
on?
God.
No, we're not.
Never
doing this.
mistake them for a lollipop. Anyway,
It's a good conversation, Jen, because why are tampons in the boys' bathroom? It's a really good
Because
point.
boys are supposed to fight in the boys' bathroom, and obviously they have nosebleeds, and they need to stop their nosebleeds. Okay, that's why the only reason why
Exactly.
tampons should be in the boys' bathroom. So let's allow boys to fight in the bathrooms again, and then they'll need tampons.
Well, I've heard what they're doing is they're taking the tampons and wetting them and then throwing them at the chalkboards in class.
Now that's funny.
Those are probably maxi pads, not tampons.
No, so
Again, I don't know. I don't know.
let me bring us back because I had a question for Jen.
you took us there, and then you're gonna bring us back.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Anyway, Jen, I always say watch the other hand with the media going like. So I think that personally, the Kamala Harris people are very unsure about Tim Walz. Are they in any way maybe using the media to try to corner him and push him out in any respect? What do you think on that?
Yes, remember our friend that came in earlier in the evening was talking about Hildebeest is back out in that he got asked in a questionnaire about her. So there's still a chance that I could win that $100.
He said he was taking a bunch of surveys, and all the surveys were kept asking him what his opinion was about Hillary.
And when he would give a negative answer, it would ask again in a different way, trying to get him to say a positive answer.
Well, how do you defend a freaking CCP China communist pedophile? I don't know, right? At least Hillary, right? At least she's like, and I say this all the time, right? She's evil as hell. She's freaking nasty politically, right? Like she will wreck you. Right. And there's not many people like that.
Or she might kill you.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Nancy
she
Pelosi and her,
yeah. Right. And you have to give credit where credit is due. Right. And she is nasty politically. So I bet you if you trace the money back to where that poll came from, it came from probably the Clinton Foundation. Right. That's Hillary running a poll and then taking those poll results to the Harris campaign and being like, yo, your bro, he just died on stage and he's kind of a pedophile and his connections to the CCP were way too obvious. They weren't hidden
well. So you're going to lose to Donald Trump. So we're going to need to do something. And frankly, by these polls, I mean, I'm the most popular person.
I am here for it. Let's go.
Please, God, help us. Afro Jump, go ahead and jump on in.
Hey guys, thanks for the space. I appreciate you guys, man. You guys don't even realize how much I love you as just human beings and people on this planet. Look, people, the cabal is gone. We are no longer the minority. We are the majority. So people are twiddling their thumbs, wondering what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. We're going to prepare ourselves for the creation of our country by, number one, writing policy, understanding the philosophy of that policy, and conveying that to the audience in a compelling way where we know what's going on, know why we're doing it, and where we're taking it. And so if we want to really do something, we need to start reading, we need to start writing, we need to start understanding that the old system is no longer. It's in the past. Let's leave the past in the past. Let's focus on our future, because our future is our sovereignty status, right? So each country has to genuinely care, or genuinely, not generally.
Genuinely?
Yeah, thank you. Genuinely care about its own country. So when we get together and we create this new structure, what is it going to look like? What kind of policies do you see that it's going to have inside of it? How would that interact with everybody else around you? This is where we take the reins back into it, and we start taking control of this ship and driving it and steering it wherever we want to. We are no longer the minority.
So when did the cabal fall? Was it in the water?
Yeah, so when Q came in back in 2016, this is how this whole operation started. They started from the top, meaning the biggest, baddest, darkest people on this planet.
No, I was being sarcastic, actually.
Okay, well, that's what happened. They started from the top and they're working their way down. So a lot of this stuff that we're seeing is just, these grunts, if you call them. That's why it's so lackluster.
I think the first thing that we have to tackle policy-wise is this attack on freedom of speech and the censorship. That's got to be like number one.
So
wait, if the cabal falls, does that mean we just sit here and wait? Do we get like smoke signals or just like a carrier pigeon show up?
You might have not been listening. We have to read and educate ourselves.
They did in 2020. No, this is what happened in 2020, which made people stay
you guys
home.
love to interrupt people. I'm just going to get out of here. I appreciate
Excuse me,
your time.
I'm the co-host. I'm the co-host. You don't like it? I really don't give a shit. Because that line right there of like, oh, well, don't worry. Everybody else is in charge. There's some secret organization coming to save you. You don't have to do anything. Well, why don't you look up Project Trust and the Bolshevik Revolution and what happened to those people? And what was that psyop, right? I'm not saying all of Q is a psyop, but to come in here and act like the cabal is fallen, the threat is gone, is absolutely erroneous and putting false pretenses into people's heads. And if you don't like my attitude,
get involved locally and go get involved. Go vote, most importantly.
I do like the conversation though about what policies you would change first.
Yeah, I want to see a restoration, not
it needs to. We are talking about policy, and we're talking about good policy. We're talking about bad policy, and we've got our expert policy person, Bree. So I think that it is important that we do have those conversations because we need to be hitting the ground running.
This is where I'll get skeptical about like what he's saying, because we have a constitution, a U.S. constitution that's unlike anything on this planet. We're going to change that? No, we're going to go back to that.
Exactly.
The problem was when we went
like,
astray from that. Go ahead, Jen.
if the cabal is falling, you're acting like we're gonna come in with some new system. Like, oh, freaking, what is it? Nasara is gonna take over. No, I actually like the US Constitution. Like, why
Yeah.
can't we go back to the founding documents of this country? Why do we need to stray from those founding documents and create new shit? No, we need to cut all of the bullshit that has been added over the years, go back to the basics and not create a new document. This is the language that is subtly put in that makes us start thinking a certain way. So if you're wondering why I have a vitriol reaction, is because I'm tired. I'm tired of watching this. I'm tired of listening to it. And honestly, if you really care about the country, you're going to go back to the Constitution and not some fucking bullshit that somebody thinks up because some friggin' it was floating in the water somewhere. How about the people that
makes
got
me suspect
washed
of him,
away?
honestly,
How
you
about
know?
the people up in the mountains that they can't even get first aid to? How about the people who are suffering, right? Like, why don't we concentrate on that? Why wasn't that part of the debate?
Yeah, that's what makes me suspect of him. Is like, why wouldn't you want to restore to what the Constitution actually, like what we were on within those grounds, within those bounds, right? You want to go to something else? Sounds like a bait and switch sort of deal. Maybe you might be part of the cabal coming in here, like trying to play games to get people on board with that.
Is like, you saw what he did to me. He's like, oh, well, you need to stop interrupting people. Oh, okay. Well, A, I'm the co-host, right? B, and you don't like my tone. You think I'm being, what is it, too reactionary? Oh, Jen, you're reacting in such a way. Do you not see what we're dealing with? How are you not reacting in the way? How are you not reacting in an angry way after your country is falling to the wayside? And like, why are we entertaining this freaking bullshit?
If you don't react, you get punched in the face. That's what happens, and I'm tired of getting punched in the face.
Well,
so, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, all the shit that you're exactly right. All the shit that we're dealing with, and nobody wants to deal with the insane fantasy of Q at this point. I mean, seriously,
we don't have time for it.
And Walsh had a perfect opportunity during that debate. He's a governor of a damn state, for God's sake, to take control and talk about things that are going on in 4 states as a governor. To say how a governor is a commander in chief of the National Guard, is somebody who is a chief executive, is somebody who and you know what he did? He didn't do shit. He just let it go.
Some of the hands here. I think Pi, Parson, and then no quarter. We'll go in that order.
And I sent Cyber Patriot something to play too.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so here's my comment about Q. I figured this out a couple years ago in Spaces, asking people to explain to me about this Nasara Gasara, or whatever the hell it is. And I came to the conclusion it's just a psyop. It's just communism packaged for conservatives. Because it's like, there will be no banks. There will be all the money. Well, I'm like, well, that sounds like centralized currency. I'm like, they'll just be community banks and you'll just be able to get money. I'm like, well, who? Like, they have to decide. I mean, they just can't give everybody money if you want to start a business. Oh, well, they'll decide if your business is good for the community. Okay, well, that sounds like communism. So their whole hope of what's going to happen when the whole Q thing happens is a psyop. And I've seen like a super crazy liberal who was so disillusioned by the election that she just fell into the whole Q thing. And I was like, oh, it's going to all be okay.
Listen, there are huge parts of Q that are 100% real, right? Was
Right.
Q co-opted just like every other movement in this country? 100%, right? Q was amazing when it was first brought forward, right? When they were putting out the drops. And guess what? The drops are actually coming true, right? But to stand up here and say the cabal has fallen, everything's going to be okay now, when you literally have, I'm sorry, I would argue directed energy weapons being used in America on American citizens and them creating freaking hurricanes and shit to be more powerful. Like, you can't tell me the cabal has fallen and there's nothing to worry about, right? You're giving people a false sense of security that they should not have right now. And if Q's real, great. They're out there doing their thing. Nothing I do is going to affect that. So let them do their thing. I'm not hating on them. You can do your thing. I love the Anons. They are amazing people, right? But like, don't come up here and tell us that the cabal has fallen.
Yeah, that guy's just a fake, obviously. Like, even if they're, the Q was like, let's just say it's real, right? Like, what would they need us to play our part, right? So let's play cloaks and daggers and go ahead and make sure you vote and do your part of the operation.
Maybe he's
right?
just maybe he's just newly exposed to it and doesn't know the perils.
Maybe,
but we don't want that after whatever happens when the TVs go off and then the one person comes on and tells you how the world has changed. It sounds just like one world order communism. So maybe it's true, some of the other stuff, and it got co-opted, but we don't want their whole world as it's described.
Let's get off that topic there and move on to the next hand. No quarter, and then we'll go to Parson.
Yeah,
I believe that's the order.
I prefer to steer clear of all of that. We just need to be laser focused on.
Ain't nobody got no time for that.
Ain't nobody got no time for that.
What do we got? 30, 31, 32 days? Something like that?
Yeah.
So.
Hey guys, I'm actually going to go to bed.
On the mission, and the mission is only going to be accomplished by that person that you see in like this, and making sure that we're all supporting each other in that endeavor. But I wanted to see Jen bringing the fire, man. That's what I love about her, because I think that that's absolutely that relentless fight against bullshit, and nipping it in the bud immediately.
She's like a protective hen, man. She just gets in there, man.
I wish I had one in my back pocket, but yeah.
And you have a tampon if you nip it in the bud.
No, seriously, I just wanted to make that point. And also, if I had, and get back to the debate real fast, and then I got to drop. If I had an issue with the Vance approach tonight, it would be that he did not go after Tim's record, except for the abortion. He did not talk about the fall of Minneapolis. He did not talk about the way he mishandled the COVID patients, or I should say the elderly, by putting the COVID patients in nursing homes and living quarters. He didn't go after his high tax state, the third highest tax, if not I think we might be number one now in the nation. So I just wish he would have attacked, but instead he used that time to attack the person that's running for president on their side. And I think he could have wrapped a lot of stuff around Tim's neck, and he didn't take advantage of that. That was my problem. He should have went after Tim on those three things. I would say the fall of Minneapolis, somewhere at the top of his list. It should have been there. And then the fact that I think we lost more people during COVID due to his policies and his idea of putting people, COVID patients, in with elderly, and watching those elderly people wave out the window. It's the only connection they had with their families was to wave out the window at them. I mean, he killed a lot of people. He killed a lot of spirits. He killed a lot of students, young people, by shutting down the schools for so long. and causing all kinds of the depression and stuff, the suicide that he talked about. He caused it. So I just don't think he went after Tim like he should have. Appreciate the mic, you guys. Hey, have a good night.
That's why you make a good campaign strategist, Walter. Definitely, 100%.
Thanks, Walter. Appreciate you.
Yeah, Jen, you were saying good night to everyone.
Oh, yeah. Good night, guys. See y'all soon.
Night,
Thanks for
Jen. See
coming,
you
Jen.
tomorrow.
Love you.
Bye.
Good night, Jen.
Night, Jen.
Love y'all.
Night,
Call me
night.
later.
Love you, John.
Okay, love you. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
I'm
All
gonna get
right.
out of here soon too, guys. So I just wanted to say before I go, by the end of the week, we're gonna have our new merchandise up. It is a pre-order type thing, so that so we can have way more selection of cool stuff. We were working on some windbreakers and some hoodies, and get you guys all bundled up for that cold weather you're gonna get.
All right, you see that? You see that, Kim? Chase left the room now that Jen's gone, so he can't, Max.
Seriously?
Dude,
Sometimes, man.
Adam,
I'm
what does
telling
he
you.
do? What does he do,
No,
Adam?
he
I've
just
never
says
heard.
stupid
never
things
heard
and then
No,
tries to
he's
aggravate
totally
it.
rude.
Yeah, he's
Terrible
rude, yeah.
person to have. He's a
Yeah.
space killer. That's what
He's-
he is.
Yeah.
He's drunk. Is what he is.
Yeah, probably.
Is he worse than Jared?
I'd rather have Jared.
I'd rather have. Hold on.
Wow.
I'd much rather have Chase than Jared.
Oh, okay, good.
I don't know. At least
Hey,
I could defeat Jared's ideas and it looks good. And then what's his name? This guy, like it's pointless to defeat his ideas because they're not that great.
At least Chase is a happy drunk.
Hey, Kim, can we get a shout out to our streamers?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just gonna do that.
to all our viewers on Rumble, Pilled, QUX, and X Live, thank you for joining us tonight. We went through a lot. We opened the space up at 6. We got 6 hours going right here, so we're gonna probably cut it off within the next 13 minutes, 12:30. I'll call it for myself. But we've had a great stream with space as well. We went over Hurricane Helene. We went over the strikes, the war, and the October surprises. Things what to expect. And the VP debate we got to listen to and go through. And thank you for joining us tonight. And I appreciate you. Check us out at americamission.com. And that's going to be your best resource to find us. You can find all of the the affiliates of America Mission. You can follow them as well. And we got some great gear on there as well. Kim, you want to kick off some of the information on some of that gear?
Yes. So we've been working on a new line. So we've got some cool hats, windbreakers, hoodies, long sleeve hooded shirts, dress shirts. So Mr. Philby's been, cracking the whip on that. What's up, Trash? Nice to see you.
Whew, what a night. Good to see you too.
Right? What a day. What a freaking week it's been.
Are you kidding me? What a year. Like we've got like 33 days or it's like 34 days. Like what the fuck, man?
Feels like forever. What an hour.
Yeah, it was good. 90 minutes was good.
So what were your thoughts on how JD did and Mr. Wolves?
I think my takeaway from sorry, I was getting a phone call from my national distributor in India. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? It's like 9:19 my time. Fuck off. No, like so I got like my basic impression of the Tim Walz JD Vance debate, or if you want to call it that, was essentially JD Vance being able to bridge the gap and going across and say, I think that my person across the aisle here would agree that X, Y, and Z, but that I don't think X, Y, Z goes far enough. So he basically got Tim Walz to always agree with him and saying, yes, we agree with that on this side. And then he said, well, that's not enough. Actually, we're going to go X, Y, and Z. So how JD Vance was able to essentially capture the consent from that side and then take it further and then be like, yeah, you guys aren't going far enough. You guys are obviously not prepared for this. So I'm going to tell you that obviously you would agree with me that this thing is not good. But then solving the problem needs to go further. And here's how we're going to solve it further. It was expert masterclass. It had nothing to do with, I don't know, like Republicans getting their talking points in or Democrats getting their talk good at bridging the gap in the unity conversation, saying, well, I think my opponent would agree on this. Like, obviously, this is objective truth. But also, how to solve that would be this way, and my opponent doesn't see it to seem that way. Therefore, they would continue the ongoing problem of what we pointed out that I got him to agree on. Tim Walz was outgunned, outmanned. He was very much in trouble. And so I saw this wasn't about moving Democrats to be Republicans, to be clear. This was about moving undecideds, independents, objective people that they view themselves as being objective, in moving to an argument. And I think that JD Vance won in spades, and I don't think it was even close.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement on. I thought that JD did what he does best. I wish that they would have gone on some of those topics that he's stronger in, like finance and things like that, because I do like the way that he explains that system. Like he knows it very well.
Right, but Kim, like if you get into the weeds of an argument, then you lose the lackluster surface political movement. That I think that there was many times where I was like, I understand this argument, JD. I need you to go further. I need you to go deeper. I actually need you to make this argument because I understand this argument. But I don't think that a lot of people who have families or union jobs or whatever are that well versed into being able to go deeper onto a topic. So I think you need to stay at surface level. And I think that expertly he stayed at the surface level and didn't engage and go into like the more depth of like policy wonk type conversations that would have destroyed him. And I think he recognized that. I think his preparation team told him, don't get into policy wonk stuff, stay surface.
Absolutely, 100%. So what were your thoughts on the moderators?
I mean, CBS didn't do such a bad of a job. I mean, it wasn't terrible. I mean, sure, it was still 3-on-1, but it wasn't to the point where it was like obnoxious, like NBC. This was more like the 3 versus 1 type dynamic. I think that JD stayed at the surface. He didn't get into the policy wonk stuff that I think that the moderators and Tim Walz wanted him to get into, so that Tim Walz could respond with like empty surface level platitudes. And I think that he did not take that bait. And I think that CBS and Tim Walz tried to bait him into a more policy wonk type conversation. And he stayed at the surface and he didn't let them take the empty platitude wins that Tim Walz had planned on and planned for, is what I'm trying to say.
Agreed. Still obnoxious though. What's that?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, these are terrible people.
They're terrible.
They're terrible people. But like, I don't think that they were that unfair. And they asked the questions. They asked about Tiananmen Square. They asked why it was that you said publicly that you were there for Tiananmen Square and that you set your wedding anniversary for the anniversary of Tiananmen Square, but you actually weren't there in May. You were there in August when the protests were already done. And you said X, Y, and Z. That doesn't check out. I would give CBS moderators probably like a 40-60 type win, where they weren't terrible. They only muted once. We know why they muted, and we know how they tried to misdirect the conversation to another place. And I think that JD Vance handled that. And even when he was speaking and they tried to make him look like a fool on national TV saying, well, the audience can't hear you speaking because you're muted. And he's like, that's fine, but like, let me go ahead. And then he won that argument there too. So like, I think that JD handled a 40-60 CBS moderating debate probably better than Trump would have ever had. And I think he did a great job.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100. Michael, what do you think?
No, I agree with pretty much everything Trash was saying. I would give it a maybe slightly lower grade, just because while everything he said is true, they did challenge Waltz a couple times. The structure of the questions, which I think we expected, was, I mean, what are the three policies that are
like,
good for
let me talk about this
Democrats,
with
you
you.
know?
Like, Michael, let me talk about this with you for a minute. I'm not trying to interrupt you, and I'm not trying to redirect the conversation. The reason I gave him a 40-60 was because I already baked into the cake the reframing and the misdirection to a new topic if we knew it would be harmful to Tim Walz and Kamala Harris. Like, we saw that. Like, so they tried to not allow him to reply to the obvious bullshit that Tim Walz was saying, and then tried to reframe and redirect the conversation, which was 30-70, which I would agree upon.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I meant. So like they agreed to not fact check anyone. They were supposed to fact check each other. They then went on to try to fact check JD, which he fought back against admirably. And then there's three things that the Democrats typically do better on, which is J6, healthcare, and the abortion. In my experience over the last 3.5 years, those haven't been the top issues in the country, but obviously they focused in on those three things. So those are just my couple comments.
Yeah, no, like, I think you're right. I think that I baked into my response probably a little too generously, where I saw them trying to, like, they would say, okay, you have 1 minute to respond to this, blah, 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 blah. And JD Vance would nail it. And then they were like, okay, well, do you want to respond real quick, Tim Walz, Governor Walz? And then he would say something bullshit. And they would be like, okay, it's over. We're going to go to this next topic. We have so many topics to get to. We need to move on. And he was like, well, fuck that. Like, I'm actually going to respond to that. I'll respond to your question. I heard your question. I'll definitely respond to that. But I think I need to actually fucking check this a little bit. That was actually something that I think that he came out ahead on. Well,
they also did the snarky last word a couple of times, right? Like, where they just had to get into jab before they went on to the next question, wouldn't let him respond.
And then force the conversation to that question without letting him respond to the snarky fucking last word, which is what I'm kind of saying here. So like, I'm maybe 40-60 is a little generous, maybe 30-70, maybe 20-80. But my point was that they didn't insert themselves like what happened in the NBC Donald Trump Kamala Harris debate. This was more of like a backhanded insertion. And so I think he handled it well, even under those circumstances.
So let me ask you this then, okay? So had there not been that other debate, would you have like I feel like that we always set the bar low, because it's like, if you could just be just a little bit better than you were, right? So if we hadn't had that other debate, what would your grade be there?
Yeah, so that debate never happened. JD Vance was completely on offense. MAGA was on offense. Maha was on offense. And I think that, like, without that other debate, I think that this debate, if it set the tone for the election, was incredibly on offense for the MAGA, Maha type, wing of whatever this election makeup is. Matter of fact, you actually have to use a contrast of that previous debate to diminish JD Vance's performance on this debate.
So one of the things you got to remember too, Trash, is this debate, the setup of the debate is important too, because go back and look at how they did the setup for the Trump and Kamala debate to today. Like today, the rule was they could not fact check. The people who were hosting it couldn't fact check, and they had the mute buttons at their desk. They couldn't they could fact check each other. That's what the rule was. So Waltz and Vance could fact check each other. That's why he said, you're not supposed to fact check me. They're supposed to fact check each other. That wasn't the case in the Trump and Kamala situation. So they did a bad setup. The setup in the CNN debate, in the other debate, I think that was CNN, right? Which one was CNN that did Trump and Kamala? with the Soros sister.
It was
Soros
NBC.
sister?
It was NBC, the
NBC.
final one. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, NBC. So they actually to me, it was a bad setup because you remember they could turn the mics off when they couldn't talk and when they were not talking. So they set Trump up on that one. And then they kept using the narrative like, oh, he's going to attack her. She's a woman. So they actually put chains on him. He was scared. I mean, Trump was like, I can't say this. They're going to spin that. I can't say that. And the way they had it set up, I mean, it was something he could manage, but it was a better setup tonight for Vance. And Vance did an awesome job, but it was a better setup.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. But like the point I was making, which I think that you'll see what I'm saying here, Vance, above and beyond whatever their platform setup at CBS was tonight, that he got Tim Walz to capitulate on the idea that obviously we both agree that this is a problem, right? We both agree on this, right? And then how we solve this is not more of the same through the Kamala Harris campaign for 3.5 years. And he forced Tim Walz to agree with him. I would say like 6 to 8 times tonight. He forced him to agree with him. And then he said, well, but that's not a solution. Here's how we solve it. He fucked him up, man. He fucked him up. And it was transcendent above and beyond any kind of like platform rules that CBS, whether they had a mute button or they didn't have a mute button, or like what MDC did on the 3-on-1 during the Trump Harris debate. He transcended it and he forced Tim Walz to agree with him, always operate in the defensive, and then have to make excuses for his actual like bad like October surprise type material. Vance fucked him up, man.
He did. They tried to. He really did.
Trash, I want to get your thoughts.
They tried to ask Vance the question first to try to give argument. He couldn't even do that.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of layups.
Yeah.
What's up, Michael? What were you saying?
I want to get Trash's thoughts on this. There was a CNN fact checked on Waltz, and it was in regard to his 2025 Project 2025 comment, which I thought this fact check slammed Waltz on. They said not only in Project 2025's whatever 900 pages or whatever it is, there is no mention of a registry of abortions or people that want to get abortions. But what it was asking for in reality was that states report their stats after the fact. And it's something that Minnesota itself is already doing. And so I just wanted to get your general thoughts on that.
No. So like, if you guys go to my profile, in real time, I was talking to a couple of people on the phone. Like, yes, I've got my meme of like the Jim from The Office look to the camera that JD Vance did. And that's funny and all these things. But if you actually go back to a fact check that I put out back in August, here, I'll retweet it so you guys can see it. If you go back to a fact check that I put out back in August of 2024, August 26th of 2024, and this was about the abortion question in Minnesota. And you can see what the policy was that he signed into law as Minnesota governor, that was up to 9 months without discretion, and that it would be a sanctuary state, and that the state funds and state healthcare funds would pay for an abortion should you want to have that, coming from a more aggressive against anti-abortion state, whatever, fucking retarded shit. But if you go look at it, I put that out because he was directly lying at that moment. And so,
I know, and I wanted Vance to like push him on it, and he didn't.
No, it was smart that he didn't. He didn't need to.
I mean, never did answer the question about the 9-month thing. And then Vance literally read it out. You know, like he was saying, this is what the policy says. And Walz just totally redirected.
Yeah, he said, what's wrong with what I'm stating? And he wouldn't answer. So,
right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, that's my point. It was he got completely crushed at that moment, and he panicked, and he tried to shift. He tried to move around. He couldn't do it. And there's a lot of us out here that were like, listen, this is a non-federal issue. It's not a federal issue. It only has to happen through the Congress. This is not a federal issue. This can't come through the executive branch. The Supreme Court did what they did, and they repealed it for whatever it is, and they returned it to the state. And when the states had the choice, Tim Walz, who was governor at the time, said, yeah, no, we're not going to put any restrictions on this. And then he said, no, we never did that. It's a lie. And I'm like, well, I mean, I have the policy. I put it out like months ago. Like, you've had this. Like, that's not true. And so JD Vance, my point was JD Vance did not have to do on a public stage, in a public debate, on a national syndicated legacy media channel, have to push back any, because many of us already put the content out. And so if you go search it, if you go look for it, you're going to find it. It's already there. So like, he didn't actually have to do it. And I want JD Vance and Donald Trump to not address it. What I mean by that is this, is that it is a states' rights issue, meaning that the consent of the governed in California, if they want to have up to 9 months, if the consent of the governed in Minnesota, they want to have up to 9 months, and they want to do this abhorrent behavior of aborting at 9 months or not allowing it to survive, even if it's surviving outside of the womb on the doctor's table in 9 months. If you as the governed want that, I want a federalist system again. And so not addressing it, not going down the rabbit hole, not getting into the weeds of that conversation is the appropriate response.
You're right, 100%. All right, guys. So listen, we've been going quite some time here. I know Adam's gotten tired. Thank you so much.